Capítulo 322, Crushing the Enemy. Ragu felt a laser aimed at the back of his head and crouched. Reflecting two other lasers back to its owners, he realized he had gone too deep into enemy lines. Even for a Jedi, it was easy to lose oneself to the emotion of the battle. Now, he found himself surrounded by dozens of B-1 units and at least 10 B-2 super battle droids. He wasn't, however, considered one of the best lightsaber wielders of the Jedi Order for nothing. Only 5 or 6 Jedis, including General Yoda, could face him, and only to a draw. He used the Force not to pull or push the droids, because that would be too tiring, but to slightly adjust the direction their blasters were pointing. The lasers that were aimed at him missed by a few centimeters, some even hitting other Seppies. As for the lasers that still found their target, he used his lightsaber to deflect them. This was just one of the many tricks Ragu had to learn to survive. War was very different from the usual challenges the Jedis had to face. Many Jedis fell in those short 3 years of Clone Wars, and a good part of them died because they couldn't adapt quickly enough. Knowing that he couldn't stand still for too long, the Togruta ran towards one of the clankers that encircled him while spinning his lightsaber. He kicked the droid and used it as a platform to launch himself over the Seppies behind it. Doing a flip, he cut one B-2 super battle droid in half and used a force wave to push some clankers to the ground. A laser grazed his left arm, but he ignored it. 2 droids lost their heads when he slashed forward, and Ragu finally saw clones again. When the troopers saw the Jedi running to them, they directed their fire at the Seppies behind him. Many of them fell immediately, but the clones also paid quite a high price. Such was war. The side that held out for longer was the winner. Ah! Ragu let out a low groan of pain when a laser hit his right arm. He was forced to let go of his lightsaber, and the weapon flew out of his hand. Before he could use the Force to pick it up, another laser almost hit him, and he had to retreat. Giving one last look at his lightsaber, he saw the droids trampling over it as they marched forward. As much as he hated having to leave it behind, he knew there was no way he could recover it, at least not for now. If they won the battle, then maybe. Captain Ink. Yes, General. Their left flank is faltering. We need to push forward. Get 3 companies and 6 ATTEs on it. Understood, sir. Also, move some troops from the rear to our left flank and put them under Hell Squad's command. Tell Dajir to pierce through their front lines and advance towards us. We have to pincer them. I will send Tremor Battalion, General. While the captain passed his orders to the others, Ragu let a medic bandage his arm and retreated to the mobile command post. From there, he would be able to direct the battle better, now that he didn't have a weapon anymore. Of course, he could always pick up a blaster, but another person, even if he was a Jedi, wouldn't make a difference in a battle of such proportions. Besides, he didn't like to use blasters. Soon, his orders were carried out, and he watched from his vantage point as thousands of clones advanced like a single entity, crushing the Separatists' left flank. He couldn't see the other side of the battlefield properly, since it was too far, and the air was clouded with dust and smoke, but reports came in saying that Dajir had followed his orders flawlessly. The balance of the battle, which was already leaning towards the Republic, now had completely tipped, as the Seppies suffered devastating blow after devastating blow. Lieutenant Yavin at your service, sir. General Ragu's orders are that you take Tremor Battalion and push back the clankers, before cutting through them towards our right flank. Dajir barely acknowledged his brother's words. He was more worried about killing a bunch of droids that had been persistently firing at Hell Squad for the last few minutes. Brain dabs take care of them, metal to our left. Only after directing his unit that Dajir turned to the lieutenant. He belonged to the 212th Legion, and his voice was steady. A veteran. Since a battalion usually had a captain as the leader, that meant Tremor Battalion probably lost its commander. Say it again, brother. Yes, sir. General Ragu ordered that you take Tremor Battalion and move towards our right flank where we are pressing the tin cans. He wants to catch them between 2 fires. Simple orders, but difficult to follow. Dajir couldn't see much of the battle besides what it was right in front of him, so, if Ragu was wrong or the Separatist made a comeback, they would be the ones caught between 2 fires. However, he blindly trusted his general. There was no hesitation in his face as he nodded to Lieutenant Yavin. "All right, Hell Squad, we got new orders. On me." His unit retreated while firing at the droids, and joined him and the lieutenant behind the burning carcass of an AAT. Only Cell wasn't there, having been taken to the medical center. "What orders, sir?" "We are to advance diagonally to the back of their left flank, while our right flank pressure them." "You are better just pointing to us which droids we have to kill, Commander. Hahaha." "Haha. Ugh." Sighing at Metal's words, Dajir patted his helmet. Tech had recovered it and got up. He knew it was just his brother's way of lightening the mood, even in the middle of a full-on battle. "Yavin, Hell Squad will open a path, and you follow suit, understood?" "Yes, sir." Every soldier in the clone army had heard of Hell Squad before. They were legendary. No clone would question what they said and would follow them blindly. Dajir got out of his cover and ran forward a few meters before jumping into a crater. From there, he aimed at the clankers and pressed the trigger several times before running again. His brothers followed closely. From the ground, what they were doing might just seem like a few hundred clones recklessly advancing more than they should. But if one looked at it from the sky, they would be able to see the white armor of the clones piercing through the separatist lines, severing it in two. 4 hours later, the clones stepped over the battlefield, this time looking for survivors, taking back bodies, and killing any stragglers that remained. Almost 7,000 clones died, and their corpses were scattered all around. They would be cremated, and their ashes thrown in the seas of Kamino. But that high number of casualties was the price they had to pay for the entire annihilation of the enemy. None of the 26,000 clankers escaped. Capitulo 323, you lost this. Metal, help me here. Grunting with the effort, Dajir and the heavy machine gunner lifted a dwarf spider, droid so Brain and Tech could pull the body of one of his brothers from under it. A quick check revealed there was nothing to do for him. Covering his face with his hands, Dajir sighed and got up. That was the worst part of any battle. Not the fear of death, not the lasers flying around him, not the pain of being hit. Worse than all of this was going around the silent battlefield, pausing every few steps to check if your brothers really were gone, and then carrying the bodies back. Depending on the proportions of the battle, that could take hours and even days. Of course, as a commander, Dajir could choose to stay away from all of this, but the thought never crossed his mind. Or the minds of any clone, for what matters. Their brothers gave their lives by their side, so the least they could do was provide a proper funeral for them. Over here. Dajir didn't know how many trips he had done, entering the battlefield with his hands empty and leaving carrying a corpse. But he stopped when he heard someone calling him. Looking around, he found a 501st Sergeant laying sideways inside a small crater. Dajir ran towards him while yelling for 3-4 and carefully turned the wounded soldier. One quick glance was enough to tell him that he didn't have much longer. 2 lasers had hit the poor sergeant, one on the left side of his chest and the other on the stomach. Even without 3-4 telling him, Dajir knew that the laser had destroyed the sergeant's lungs. It was a miracle he survived that long. "I don't have a chance, do I, sir?" He could lie and tell the sergeant he would live, but he didn't have a reason to do so. Every clone went into battle knowing they could die. "No, brother, but many of the clankers will make you company on the long journey." "Haha, I can't wait to see their faces, cough, my blah's blaster, please." "Here, you did the Republic proud, Sergeant." His brother couldn't hear him anymore. His fingers, which were holding tightly the DC-15S that Dajir gave him, relaxed. Hell Squad exchanged glances when they saw that Dajir kept kneeling on the ground, completely still. They had kept company to a brother as they left this galaxy many times, and the pain was always immense. Sometimes it was too much, and now was one of those times. They took a few steps back and left their commander alone with his thoughts. They knew better than to try and talk to Dajir when he was like that. His eyes closed, Dajir stood still. He felt like yelling, punching the ground, kicking the droid carcasses, and worse. But he held it all in. He was a commander. If he lost control, what would the men under him think? But even if he didn't say it out loud, the thoughts were still rummaging through his mind, like an unstoppable hurricane. He was tired of it all. Of the deaths, the pain, of the nightmares. Of fighting a war he didn't choose. Of following orders. Of watching his brothers die. Of giving everything he had to people that considered clones no more than just a number. He envied his brothers that had the courage of deserting and starting a new life instead of believing the empty promises that the Republic made. Because that's what they were. Promises that could, and most probably would, be easily broken once this war ended. Dajir might be young, but he wasn't stupid. He had experienced more in 3 years than most people of the galaxy would in their entire lives. He knew that even if they won the war, the Republic would never give up an army as cheap and loyal as the clone army. Those were dangerous thoughts, but Dajir had long noticed a lot of things were wrong with this war. He had the feeling it was all being controlled from the dark, and that they were nothing but pawns. Otherwise, why would Jedi's pacifists become generals? Why would every claim for peace that both Republic and CIS senators made be quickly suffocated? There were many other inconsistencies, and even thinking about them could be considered treason. For some reason, Chancellor Palpatine's cold smile appeared on his mind. Dajir never liked the Chancellor. He behaved like a Sertullian vine, putting on a nice facade while it waited to strike. More than once he had given secret missions to Hell Squad, ones that even the Jedis couldn't know about. Most of them involved the assassination of key separatist figures, all leading the peace effort. But alas, Dajir wasn't brave enough. Good soldiers follow orders, and he was nothing if not a soldier. He didn't have the courage to question his orders or to abandon the war, even if that meant watching thousands more of his brothers die before his very own eyes. Ragu was searching for his lightsaber when he spotted Hell Squad. He had already talked to them after the battle and confirmed Cell would recover quickly. He was about to keep on looking, since he knew the clones liked to be alone while cleaning the battlefield, but something about how the unit was looking at Dajir, who was kneeling on the ground a certain distance away, made him worried. He silently approached Brain and tapped the clone's shoulder with a questioning look. The grenadier turned around, and Ragu suddenly felt a wave of sadness coming from him. What happened? Nothing, General, just, we should leave him be. The Jedi was surprised. He never heard Brain sound so defeated before. By the way, sir, you lost this. The clone had in his hands a short metal stick with several engravings. Ragu's lightsaber. Hell Squad had found it while combing through the battlefield. Thanks. It was obvious that Brain was trying to change the subject and make Ragu leave. And, if a member of Hell Squad didn't want Ragu near, then Dajit must be going through something really serious. As curious and worried as he was, Ragu didn't want to intrude in what clearly was a clone problem. Sending a small wave of force to calm Brain, he gave Dajir a last glance and left. War destroyed more than just lives. It broke people, even soldiers. No one could go to war and remain the same. Eventually, Dajir got up. Hell Squad was one thing, since they had seen every side of him multiple times, but he couldn't let the others see the coward him. It would be bad for morale and for Hell Squad's prestige. Putting on his helmet with unnecessary force, he gestured for Tech and Dab to carry the sergeant's body and started walking back to his quarters. He couldn't do this anymore, at least today. Tomorrow he would be back to normal, or so he hoped. Capitulo 324, Christophsis. The last droid on Kairos fell 6 days later, by the hands of Captain Rex. Any ship the Separatists sent to assist on the retreat of their troops was taken down, meaning that all 300,000 clankers were destroyed. Even though the Separatists could produce millions of droids a month, they weren't cheap. Losing 300,000 of them and winning nothing pained them. As such, when they saw the Republic was adamant on killing every single droid on Kairos and letting none fall back, they ordered their units to cause as much damage to the clone army as they could. That order resulted in 80,000 clone deaths, a steep price for the conquest of the planet. However, now that Kairos was finally in Republic hands, they could start the third phase of the Grand Offensive. That is, flood major systems with clone troops. And it was following such plan that Hell Squad and Ragu were on their way to Christophsis. The 501st and the 212th had permanent garrisons there, since the planet was very important to the Republic, for reasons that Dajir didn't know and didn't care. The Separatists seemed to think the same, and so Christophsis, like many other systems, had been locked in war for over 3 years. General Kenobi, General Skywalker, Commander Cody, Captain Rex, and Ahsoka Tano had been sent to Onderon to train rebels to fight against the separatist forces trying to occupy the planet. The Republic couldn't send official troops there because the government of Onderon insisted they were a neutral system, which was obviously a lie. Because of that, Ragu was to command the 2 legions in Christophsis, at least until their Jedi generals were back. Did you read the reports, sir? Hell Squad was all grouped around Dajir while he read a datapad. Having spent almost 2 months without any news from the Republic, they had a lot to catch up, and many surprising events happened, which only strengthened Dajir's feeling that something big was lurking in the shadows and that the war was close to ending. Yeah. What do they say? A lot happened. Jedi younglings captured, Republic and Separatist senators murdered in a bombing, attack on the Jedi Temple, an attempt on Chancellor Palpatine's life, and 2 new Siths appeared, from a planet called Dathomir. They already killed 3 Jedis, but it doesn't seem like they are on the Sepa's side. It looks like they want to take control of the crime syndicates. But that is not all. Ventress left the CIS. Apparently, they tried to kill her because she was becoming too powerful. That's what the Jedis think, at least. But it backfired, and she killed a few important Sepas. She's being hunted by both us and them now. Oh. There was a stunned silence following Dajir's words. Hell Squad had battled Ventress many times and almost died by her hands. It was safe to say that she was their oldest enemy, aside from the deceased Hyagi. They hated her, but they always thought of her as a separatist. It was weird to consider her anything else. If we meet her again, what are we to do? The orders changed from kill on sight to capture. The higher-ups believe she might want to deliver intel now that the Sepas are hunting her too. The way Dajir said it left no doubt that if he could, he would ignore those orders. Ventress had caused much pain to Hell Squad and killed too many of their brothers. Separatist or not, she deserved to die. Tech, everything Hell Squad needs to read is here. Transfer it to your datapads. I need to talk to the general. Got it. Dajir couldn't be the only one to read the reports. As a special unit, it was important every member knew about all the battles that happened, who died, who survived, and much more. Most of this information would be useless and never come into play, but you never knows. It might be important someday. His helmet under his arm, Dajir walked to the command bridge of the Venator-class Star Destroyer. He had a bad feeling all of the sudden, which was why he left his unit so hastily. His scar started to burn, what only happened when something really bad was about to happen. He quickened his pace and was almost running when he got to the command bridge. Ragu was looking at the hologram table, but seeing Dajir suddenly barge in, he instinctively put his hand over his lightsaber. What is it? Not sure, General. Captain, check the scanners. Scatter, Kix, and Cleaver make patrols and search the ship. If anything is wrong, inform it before investigating. Yes, sir. Roger that. Understood, Commander. As soon as Dajir started ordering the soldiers around, Ragu had closed his eyes and focused on any disturbance of the force. Unsurprisingly, he found one. How did you feel it before me? Instinct, General. I know when I'm being watched. They are on the ship, I just don't know where exactly. Any idea of who they are? Maybe, sir. Brain, I want Hell Squad on the cargo bay. Wait for me and General Ragu before entering. Separatist would have attacked our ship immediately. General and normal pirates wouldn't dare to rob the Republic. They are most probably from the crime syndicates and are working for those 2 rogue Siths. If the intel is correct, and they really want to become the biggest underground organization of the galaxy, they need big weapons, and we are carrying lots of those. Dajir was talking about the E-webs, ATRTs, ATTEs, and ATAPs that they were taking to Christophsis. If the outlaws got their hands in even a single one of those, the damage they could do would be immense. I felt a disturbance in the force, Dajir. One of the Siths is here. We have to proceed with caution. Smiling, Dajir put on his helmet and stroked his vibroblade. Don't I always? Interesting. That foolish Jedi already sensed me, even though I am shrouding myself with the Force. And those clones, they must be the Hell Squad I've heard so much about. Kakakaka, The galaxy got very interesting during my years of seclusion. Hurry up, slimes, they know we are here. My lord, we need more time. Some of the vehicles are too big to move them quickly. The person looked at his subordinates and smiled. However, instead of comforting them, the smile made them shudder. There wasn't any warmth in it, only cruelty. I said to hurry up, or do I have to give you a little incentive? And no, my lord, we will finish quickly. Trembling, the underlings accelerated the process as much as they could. Giving up the huge ATs, they focused on the smaller vehicles and weapons. Several of them were already loaded on the stealth ship they used to escape the scanners when the doors of the storage bay opened, and several clones, as well as a Tgthegood, entered. As one, the criminals all looked to their leader, but he was nowhere to be seen. Only his dark cloak remained, falling to the ground slowly. Capítulo 325, Darth Maul. Having felt the strong disturbance in the Force, Ragu was already prepared to fight a strong Sith. As such, when they opened the hangar's doors and saw 24 criminals stealing their weapons and vehicles, he ignored them. Leaving Hell Squad and the other clones to deal with the outlaws, he closed his eyes to try and sense where the Sith was. However, he felt nothing. The Force was as calm as a still lake. Opening his eyes, he scanned the storage bay. Containers created all sorts of shadows on which the Sith could be lurking. However, Ragu knew that if he was the one setting up the ambush, there was only one place he would attack from. Already turning on his lightsaber, he looked up just in time to block a red light. With his other hand, he pushed the unknown assailant away. However, instead of crashing on the ground as Ragu had expected, the Sith turned midair and used his legs to grab the side of a container, leaving deep claw marks. Hahaha, interesting, very interesting. Jedi Master Ragu, right? Jumping down, the Sith waved his lightsaber at Ragu, a murderous glint on his eyes. The Jedi, however, only took a step back and dodged. Yes, and you must be the leader of the Shadow Collective, Darth Maul. Hahaha, correct, puny Jedi. Now in the light, Ragu could see that Darth Maul was exactly as the reports described him. A thin but muscular Zabrak with black and red skin. The crown of bone thorns characteristic of his species was especially big in him, and his eyes were bloodshot. However, what caught the eye about him wasn't any of that, but his lower half. The entirety of it, not just his legs, was an enormous mechanical abomination, which made him seem much taller than he actually was. His silver legs ended in clawed feet, and based on what Ragu had already witnessed, they weren't any less lethal than his red lightsaber. Stealing from the Grand Army of the Republic is an offense punishable by death, Maul. Your big plans of controlling the galaxy's underworld won't be worth it if you aren't alive to see them bear fruit. Pretty words, Jedi, but useless. I will take what I need, and you can't stop me. Good, you killed some of my friends not long ago. I will honor their memory by bringing you down. Hahaha, a Jedi that embraces revenge. You would make a good Sith, young one. Darth Maul was still laughing when he saw Ragu disappear before his eyes. Almost faster than he could react, a green lightsaber was already smashing down on his head. Barely deflecting it, he found himself locked in a struggle with the Tgthegood, each one using all their strength to push their weapons into the other. He was surprised by the coldness on Ragu's eyes. There was no sign of anger in it, only determination to kill or capture him. If there was any desire for revenge, as he initially thought, it was hidden deep. Luckily for him, Darth Maul had done his research before making his move. Having almost been killed by a Jedi before, he was much more cautious than his younger self. His arrogance was still there, but his sharp thinking was in control. He knew that the Jedi before him, although young, was almost as powerful and skilled as the members of the Jedi Council. Even Count Dooku, the separatist leader, had to run from him. You know who gave me those legs, Jedi? Does it matter? Kaka, you are bold, I will give you that. It was Obi-Wan Kenobi. When you see him, tell him that a ghost from the past is coming for him, and that I will see him cry before me like he did when I killed his master. You can tell him yourself, while you are being judged, Maul. You won't be leaving today. You are too young to face me, Jedi. Kakaka, now that I think of it, you won't be able to tell Kenobi anything. Having said that, Darth Maul pressed a button on his lightsaber, and another red blade appeared on the other side of it. He took a step back, hoping to destroy Ragu's balance and impale the Togruta, but was surprised to find that he had dodged already. After discovering that his old enemy was alive, General Kenobi had been quick to tell the Jedi Council everything he knew about him. His weirdly shaped, double-bladed lightsaber was what he put the most emphasis on. And so, having carefully read all the reports, Ragu was prepared for the moment Darth Maul released his second blade. Crouching under it, he brought his own lightsaber up, forcing the Sith to hastily retreat. Before he could regain his balance, Ragu was already pouncing on him again. "Grr, die Jedi dog." Swinging his lightsaber faster than it was humanly possible, Darth Maul used both sides of it to attack, trying to pierce, cut, and sever the Jedi. Ragu was forced to change his aggressive attack to a defensive posture. If he was alone, he would have to fight for a long time. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. Sensing danger, Darth Maul disengaged from Ragu and deflected 3 lasers without even looking at what he was doing. Growling like an enraged beast, he turned around to find that all his underlings were either dead or had been captured. The clones that he never even considered as a threat were now surrounding him. "Grr." He looked around, waiting for them to fire again, but one of them, the one with one horn painted on his helmet, signaled for them to hold their fire. Stunned, Darth Maul realized that he felt danger. He, a powerful Sith, threatened by the presence of a mere clone. That thought angered him. He wouldn't underestimate a Jedi, not again, but clones were just toys for him, weaklings. "General Ragu, open fire." After shooting the last criminal in the leg, Dajir turned around to watch the fight between the 2 Force users. It was too fast for clones to intervene normally, but when he saw that Darth Maul had jumped back, he pressed the trigger 3 times. Unsurprisingly, the Sith deflected the lasers, and Dajir ordered his men to hold their fire. He didn't want them to die to their own reflected lasers. "General Ragu, open fire." Without taking his eyes off Darth Maul, Dajir asked for orders. When he told them to attack, Dajir knew they were nothing more than a distraction. As soon as the first lasers started flying towards him, Darth Maul used his double-bladed lightsaber to defend against them. 2 troopers fell near Dajir, one hit on the shoulder and the other deadly quiet. Before he could cause more damage, however, Ragu was already on top of him, swinging his lightsaber. To dodge the strike, the Sith had to let himself be hit by a laser on his left thigh. If it was anyone else, it would have been enough to half their combat capabilities, but not this abomination's. Ignoring the laser that barely left a scorched spot, Darth Maul kicked Ragu, sending the Togruta flying and slashed a clone, almost cutting him in half. Capítulo 326, Respect and Hatred. Dajir, Cell, and Metal staggered backwards and eventually fell when Darth Maul used the Force to push them. Rolling, the clones were immediately back on their feet, and just in time to dodge a swing from the Sith's lightsaber. Darth Maul, however, frowned when he saw they survived. He wasn't willing to abandon his prey and slashed at Dajir. In response, the clone let go of his DC-15A and pulled out his DC-17, firing it point blank. Surprised by how Dajir didn't even try to defend or dodge, but instead chose to trade wounds, Darth Maul arched his back, turned off his lightsaber, and retreated. He couldn't give himself the luxury of a wound, especially a grave one. With a Jedi and dozens of clones after him, it would be the same as signing his death sentence. While all those thoughts ran through his mind, Ragu was already on him again. Unleashing a green tempest, the Togruta forced Darth Maul to fall back step by step. Never had the Zabrak thought that he would face such a tough adversary during a simple robbery. If he had known, he would rather have stayed at his base and let his subordinates fail and die by themselves. Now his life was truly in danger. Dajir watched as the 2 Force users clashed, once again unable to assist Ragu for fear of missing the target. Suddenly, Darth Maul used the Force to pull down a bunch of containers, blocking the view of everyone apart from Dajir, 3-4, Brain, and 2 other troopers. Then, he kicked Ragu's hand, sending his lightsaber flying, while his wrist bent in a direction it wasn't supposed to. It was too fast for any of the clones to react, even if they were fully focused on the battle. Darth Maul tried to stab Ragu, but the Jedi managed to jump back and dodge. He was sweating profusely, and his face had a deep frown as he held his broken wrist. He wouldn't be able to escape the next attack. Even as the 5 clones held down their triggers, sending everything they had towards Darth Maul, the Zabrak just deflected the lasers nonchalantly. Seeing that, Dajir made a split-second decision. He threw his vibroblade at the Sith. It was so unexpected that even Darth Maul was surprised. As weak as a vibroblade was before a lightsaber, he couldn't deflect it like he did to the lasers. He was forced to cut it in half with his weapon. It didn't even take him a second to do so, but it was enough for Dajir to reach out and pick something from the ground. When Darth Maul turned to face Dajir, a murderous glint in his eyes, he saw a green flash aiming for him. His instincts made him tilt his body and dodge by a narrow margin. What followed was a blaster a few centimeters away from his head, forcing him to step back again, and this time even his powerful legs couldn't hold him up. Dajir didn't give the Sith a second to recover. No sooner than the Zabrak fell to the floor, he already had spun Ragu's lightsaber like he saw the Jedi do many times before and stabbed down, trying to impale Darth Maul. Dajir was very familiar with the use of blades, thanks to his training with a vibroblade. He had long learned that a blaster was next to useless in some situations, such as battling commando droids. For that reason, he had to master cold weapons, and a lightsaber wasn't that much different from a vibroblade. What surprised Dajir was how light it was. He was able to spin it without much trouble. Of course, he never would be able to do it as fast as the Jedis, but still, it was quite impressive. Except for Darth Maul. When the Sith saw that the one wielding the lightsaber was a clone, he was shocked. The clone must have picked it up at the same time as he threw his puny vibroblade. To think a normal person would be bold enough to use a Jedi's weapon. Even he had to admit the clone was a worthy opponent. His desire to kill him only grew stronger. Rolling to the side, he blocked the green lightsaber with his own. Having been slightly pushed to the side, the weapon pierced the ground without a hitch. Dajir pulled it back just in time to block a blow by Darth Maul. Still, the strength behind the attack sent him flying 3 meters back. Obviously, he couldn't compete with a Force user. Dajir. Hearing Ragu yell his name, Dajir got up in time to see the Jedi running towards him. Understanding what he wanted, the commander threw the lightsaber back to its owner, who caught it with his left hand. At the same time, there was a loud noise as the containers that Darth Maul had pulled were pushed aside, revealing the other members of Hell's Squad and the clones that had been separated from Dajir and the others. Seeing the dozens of blasters aiming at him, and the Togruta that, albeit hurt, didn't show any sign of weakness or of backing down, Darth Maul hesitated. If he wanted, he believed he could kill all of them. However, it would have a price, and one he wasn't sure he could pay. Slowly, the Sith calmed down and regulated his breath. With a low sound, he turned off his lightsaber. "You are far stronger than I anticipated, Jedi, and far more annoying." "I will take that as a compliment, Maul. So, have you decided to surrender?" "GRR, never, but I propose a truce. I will leave the vehicles I stole behind, and you won't go after me." He growled in rage as he said that, knowing that he was putting himself in a lower position than the Jedi. However, that was the best solution to his current predicament. He knew the Republic would never let him leave with the stolen good, even if it meant fighting to the death. "You think you can just come and go as you please? Sith Sku. Cell quiet, brain tech start unloading our vehicles. After that, Maul, you will leave immediately." "General." "Do as I said, now." All the clones looked at Ragu. They knew exactly why Ragu chose to let the Sith go, and they didn't like it. Still, they couldn't go against a direct order. Seconds and minutes passed slowly as Darth Maul and the Republic group stared at each other, waiting. Neither dared to make any brash move, for fear of breaking their small moment of peace. Eventually, all the vehicles that the Shadow Collective had stolen were brought back to the cruiser, and Ragu waved for Darth Maul to go. "One day, Jedi, I will find and kill you. You will have to wait on the line, Maul. If I were you, however, I would worry more about building that small criminal empire of yours. To think a Force user would swoop to such low levels." "GRR." It looked like the Zabrak wanted to say something, but he held it back. As soon as he got on his ship, it disappeared from the Venator-class Star Destroyer sensors. Clearly, he didn't want to risk the Republic blowing him up. He was strong. Ragu crumbled to the floor, clearly exhausted. Dajir sat next to him, letting Brain deal with the post-battle arrangements. Capitulo 327, to Christophsis once more. How is your hand, General? Ragu lifted his arm and showed his right hand dangling uselessly. There was no pain on his face, only a deep frown, as if the broken wrist was an inconvenience more than anything. Nothing much. Also, those were some pretty impressive skills back there. Maybe I should convince Master Yoda to give you a lightsaber. Haha. Dajir grinned when he heard Ragu joking. A lightsaber was an impressive weapon, that's for sure. However, Dajir still preferred his vibroblade. There was almost no resistance when slicing something with a lightsaber, so it wasn't as pleasant as the blunt impact of a vibroblade. Oh, I wish I could have seen it. Commander Dajir, of Hell Squad, uses a lightsaber to beat a Sith. Imagine what the others will think when we tell them. Imagine what Hunter will think, haha. He ought to be jealous, that's for sure. Hahaha. By the way his brothers were talking, Dajir knew it would be useless to tell them to shut up. Even Ragu laughed out loud when he saw the stern commander shaking his head powerless. You won't let me forget that, will you? Nope. Not a chance, sir. Hell Squad laughed, and Dajir let them have their fun for a few seconds. It was rare for clones to have such carefree moments. Then, he helped Ragu up and told the Jedi to go to the medical bay. As for the rest of you, clean this mess up. Lieutenant, we probably killed or captured all of them, but search the rest of the ship to make sure. Yes, sir, Spur tomped with me. While his orders were followed, Dajir picked up the two halves of his vibroblade and stared at them for a moment. This was his fourth one, maybe fifth? Anyway, he needed to find a new one, since this one was now scrap metal. Throwing it to the side, he left the cargo bay. Christophsis was a beautiful planet. Dajir had never thought of anywhere other than Kamino as beautiful before. For him, no matter where, it was just another battlefield. However, with its high buildings, made of dark blue crystal, and the streets made of the same material, Christophsis was a sight to behold. It would have been better if there weren't columns of smoke rising every few hundred meters, collapsed buildings, and dead clones and droids everywhere. Like many others, the planet was in shambles because of the constant bombardments and clashes between the Republic and the Separatist. In fact, it got to a point where a meeting was held between the two sides, and the use of Hyena-class bombers and Y-wings was forbidden. Although there were no rules in war, if one side broke this small treaty, the other would retaliate tenfold. And Christophsis was too important to both of them, so none could afford to provoke the anger of the natives more than the countless civilian deaths already did. Land there. Dajir tapped the Lot's pilot's shoulder and pointed to some kind of garden. The plants were all dead, and the ground was covered by clone footprints. The fountain that once adorned the garden was broken in half. Before the gunship touched the ground, Dajir swung the door open and jumped out. Hell Squad followed him, and Dajir made a circle with his fingers, signaling the pilot to take off again. With me. Quietly, the 7 soldiers made their way through the destroyed city. Even though they were in Republic-controlled territory, they were very careful. They were nearing the Advanced Command Center. They couldn't land straight there, or their aircraft would get shot down, which was very close to the front lines, so groups of clankers could sometimes appear. We are being watched, Commander. Civilians, ignore them. Dajir had also noticed it. After so many battles, veterans gained some kind of sixth sense. It was easy to notice when they were being stared at. However, he had long lowered his macrobinoculars and found that several natives were peeking at them from their half-destroyed homes. Even if some of them looked at the clones in anger, it didn't affect Dajir. I thought the city had been evacuated. The rich and powerful were. As for the average people, apparently their government thought they weren't important enough. Also, where would they go? The entire planet is a battlefield. Hell Squad was all too familiar with this kind of situation. They had seen it in Mon Cala, Kashyyyk, Ryloth, Felucia, and many other places. While those with power and connections went to enjoy their lives somewhere else, the rest of the population had to suffer the consequences of war on their own. When the battle was over, and things returned to a somewhat normal state, those who left would come back and grab the chance to take over businesses, properties, and everything else, from those who died or had their lives destroyed. If he was asked, Dajir couldn't tell what he thought about all this. It was all another unfortunate consequence of the terrible war, while he was but a soldier in it. All he needed was that someone gave him a blaster and pointed him at the enemy. He has no interest in politics or anything of the like, and he didn't have time to help those who lost something because of the war, no matter how much pity they invoked. Walking through the destroyed city, they started to see more and more of their brothers. They all saluted Hell Squad before returning to what they were doing. Eventually, they arrived at the moving platform that was the command center. A captain named Arbal was waiting for them. I had been informed General Ragu would be with you, Commander Dajir. One of the natives wanted to have a meeting with him, a governor or something like that. He will come when he is finished. What is the situation here? Complicated, sir. The Seppas have retreated for the day, but they managed to take back 14 kilometers today. They switched tactics, and we were caught by surprise. Dajir frowned when he heard Captain Arbal. 14 kilometers didn't seem like much in a battle of planetary scale, but any meter lost was a huge blow to morale. For how long has this been going on? Almost a week, sir. It's always something different, and we don't have enough men or time to prepare for everything. Today they left groups of Seppas ambushed in buildings we had already searched, and they attacked us from behind. Yesterday 2 commando droids suicide bombed our vehicles, putting 4 ATTs out of use. And the day before that they let us advance a little to then ambush our rearguard. And it goes on. Every day they do something different. Even if we can predict all their options, we can't be sure of which one they are going to choose, and we don't have enough resources to create countermeasures for everything. The captain seemed to be in distress, and his voice got louder as he talked. Dajir could understand the pressure he was on. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Dajir squeezed it slightly and told Captain Arbal to go rest, that he would take control for now. After hesitating a little, he obeyed. So what do you think? Probably the same as you, sir. Either the Seppas got better at building tactical droids, or they got a new strategist. Yup. I agree. Cell, when the battle resumes tomorrow, I want you and Dab to take a platoon and clean one of the buildings. It doesn't matter which, as long as you have a line of sight to their front lines. After you get to the top, send the platoon back and stay put. Don't show yourselves unless necessary. Roger that, Commander. What's the plan? I'm not sure yet. The others, we will try to capture a high-ranking clanker, a captain or something. After Tech hacks it, we will decide our next move. Capitulo 328, the new tactician. Hell Squad was woken up by the sound of AV-7 anti-vehicle cannons trading shots with the Separatists' J-1 proton cannons. The loud explosions shook the ground, but Dajir and the others only paid attention to it for a second before closing their eyes. Around them, the other troopers did the same, clearly more than used to the noise. None of them fell asleep again, but there was no reason to rush to get up. The real battle would only start over an hour later, after the artillery decided to rest. To charge into battle now would be suicide. Eventually, Dajir got up and poked Brain with his foot. Just lying down was good, but they had a war to win. Don't be lazy, we got work to do. Ouch, you could have just called me, sir. Still complaining, Brain got up and mimicked Dajir by kicking metal. In a split second, the entire squad was up. Around them, their brothers were also moving, putting on their helmets. They all slept with their armor on, so they didn't waste precious time in case they were attacked and grabbing their blasters. Those who had stayed awake at night, especially the sentries, crumbled to the ground, falling asleep immediately. It was simple for veterans to sleep through an entire artillery barrage. Captain Arbal, how is the battle going? Pretty well, Commander Dajir. A lucky shell hit an MTT while they were loading it up. You should have seen the explosion. We also destroyed 2 J-1s and only lost one of our AV-7. So far, we have yet to have any casualties. We are preparing for the assault now. Dajir nodded and lowered his macrobinoculars to look at the enemy lines. Dozens of thousands of droids were entering formation. Amidst them, there also were AATs, STAPs, dwarf spider droids, tridroids, crab droids, MTTs, and so on. However, threatening as it may seem, Dajir knew they weren't the major source of concern. Urban environments were a logistic nightmare, and Christophsis was 10 times worse than anywhere else. Tall buildings, secondary streets, and civilians made focusing on the enemy almost impossible. Sometimes the enemy would see a road blocked, so they would simply go around it and catch the blockade from behind, slaughtering them. It was impossible to control every street and alley. So, although the majority of both sides' armies would be on the huge main road, there would be countless skirmishes around it. And if even one group of clankers got through, the damage they could do would be immeasurable. Time ticked by slowly, and soon both sides stopped firing the artillery cannons. An eerie silence filled the city as both groups of combatants just stared at each other. It was the calm before the storm. "Let's kick the tin cans back to their ships, brothers. Attack." Suddenly, Dajir's voice broke the silence, immediately followed by the earth-shaking sound of AV-7s, AT-TEs, and SHAP-TS firing. Huge portions of the droid army disappeared, replaced by craters and smoke. With a collective yell, the clone army marched forward. The Separatists weren't to be outdone, however. They answered with the same intensity, and screams of pain filled the battlefield. "Are we going too, Commander?" Even as he said that, Cell was already clutching his DC-15S anxiously. It wasn't easy for a clone to stay idle while their brothers went into battle. "Of course, Arbol, watch our flanks. If the pattern continues, the clankers will try something new today. While we are on the front lines, you will need to keep an eye out for their dirty tricks." "Understood, sir." "All right, Hell Squad, it's our time to shine." Eyes closed and taking deep breaths, Dab hid behind a broken statue. Red lasers hit it incessantly, sending chips and splinters peppering harmlessly into his armor. To his left, 3-4 was bandaging a 212th Trooper's forearm, while to his right, Tech was peeking at the droids. 400 meters, a little to the right, there are 2 B1s in front of it. "Commander, can you help me take care of that?" A few meters in front of them were Dajir, Cell, and 6 or 7 other clones, all hiding behind one of the barricades the Republic had set up the day before. The commander didn't answer at the time, since he was fully focused on emptying his magazine on the approaching enemies. "One of them is down already. Kill the other Tech." The clone grinned under his helmet and fired 2 lasers. The first missed, but the second hit the clanker squarely in the chest. "Dab, the show is yours." Without hesitation, the sniper got up, using the broken statue as support for his DC-15X. A single laser left it, and Dwarf Spider droid that had already mowed down an entire squad blew up twice before crumbling to the ground. The first explosion was thanks to Dab's charged shot, and the second to the Sepi's energy cell. "Incoming." Hearing the warning, they looked up in time to see one of the tri-droids turning its laser cannon at them. Scrambling to get away, they all looked for a better cover. Still, 2 troopers received a direct hit, while another one got shot in the leg and became an easy target. "Trigger." The soldier 3-4 had been treating wanted to dash out and grab the wounded trooper Trigger. Metal and the medic held him back, however. He didn't have enough strength in his body to carry his brother. "Sir." "I'm going, Brain with me. The others cover us." On the other side of the street, Dajir could hear the medic through his comlink. With a determined gaze, he gestured for his right hand to follow him. "Our turn, Sepi's." As soon as they stepped out of their cover, Metal unleashed hell on the droids. Usually, one needed to have a stable footing to fire a weapon as big as a double-barrel repeating blaster. That's why they always used tripods. Metal, however, was a specialist in controlling the recoil of it. Like Naboo flies facing a Gungan, the droids fell one after another. 20 seconds later, when the droids finally discovered from where they were being attacked, over 100 of them were in pieces on the ground, and Trigger had been rescued. 3-4 glanced at the 2 laser wounds on his leg and ignored it. He had more serious wounds to treat. "Hahaha, do you like that?" Laughing, Metal hid again behind the doorway and put his blaster aside. He had to let it cool down, or the barrel would actually turn incandescent. As the battle proceeded and the hours passed, Dajir decided it was time to set their plan in motion. "Dab, Cell, you guys are up. Take Alpha Platoon and clear the building we went by earlier." The one with the high windows. Get to the roof and stay there. Only fire if it's worth it. Roger that, sir. What exactly are we to look for? Anything out of the norm, but especially their new strategist. He must be at the back lines, but he needs to be close to the battlefield. If you see him, ping me and I will confirm the shot. Understood. Brain Tech 3-4 Metal, you guys come with me. We will hunt for a Seppi. The higher the rank, the better. Author's thoughts. Guys, I have something to ask. Yesterday, I had to delete not one, but two, probably racist GIFs. I say probably because maybe the person who used the N-word is black, but I have no way of knowing that. As such, I ask you to please not use anything that can be considered racist, even if you are part of the group that is allowed to use it. I ask that because it's bad for the novel, just like it was with the political comments. Also, even if I misunderstood it, and it's not racism, I will still delete it. I don't want to leave any room for problems, firstly because I hate racism, and secondly because this is a Star Wars fanfic, not Reddit. Again, if I misunderstood it, I am sorry. But with everything that has been happening in the world, and the USA elections leaving a lot of people hot-headed, I think I have to make this clear, especially since over half of my readers are Americans. So I ask to all of you, please, no political, racist, xenophobic, homophobic, gender discrimination, and so on comments, okay? Remember, this is a SW novel. It's not that hard to find somewhere else to discuss all those issues, so please not here. Sorry for the rant, but it is important. We've built an amazing community around Broke, with 3K loyal readers, and I don't want to see it fall apart because I let something slide. It will be very strict in that sense, and if you feel that your freedom of speech or something like that is being harmed, then I am so sorry, but the novel is not for you. Capitulo 329, An Attack in the Night. Kicking open a door, Dab entered a small apartment. A family of 3 blue-skinned Christophsians looked terrified at the clone. His battle-scarred armor and raised blaster made him seem scarier than he actually was. Jordi, Kalia Hishilatami. The 2 parents pushed their child behind them protectively, and one of them grabbed a knife and pointed it at the clone while saying something he didn't understand. Even though he tried to appear strong, he was shaking in fear. Ignoring them, Dab advanced further into the apartment, followed by Cell. The scout wasn't as cold-hearted as him and tried to calm down the family. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. We just need to check your house. It will be over soon, I promise. He didn't like to intrude upon civilians' homes, but there was no other option. They couldn't risk leaving a bunch of clankers on their backs. If the natives weren't hiding anyone, then Cell would apologize and leave. If they were, he wouldn't be so soft. Clear. Dab came back from the back of the apartment and nodded to Cell. The scout made a small gesture with his hand to the family and left. He pitied them. For reasons they couldn't control and maybe didn't even know about, they were caught in the middle of a war. It didn't cross his mind how similar of a situation the clones were in. This was the last one. All right, Bison, it's time you leave. Sure thing, Cell. Good luck. Without waiting, Dab and Cell climbed the stairs up to the rooftop and set camp there. Many idle hours would pass before they got the chance to do anything, but they were patient. While their 2 brothers were finally having the chance to rest, Dajir and the rest of Hell's squad were locked in a life-or-death struggle. Reloading, that's my last mag, Commander. I'm almost out too, we gotta get out, sir. Hearing Brain and Tech yell, Dajir looked over the pile of rubble he was hiding behind, and almost had his head torn from his shoulders by a torrent of lasers. They got 2 crabs looking at us. We have to take them out first. Besides, the droid captain is still there. Remember, he is our target. We won't be able to get anything from him if we are dead, Commander. 3-4 brought up a good point. If they couldn't make it out alive, then capturing the clanker would be of no use. Albeit unwilling, Dajir had to give up. All right, Brain, how many droid poppers do you still have? Only 2. It will be enough. Metal, Tech, and 3-4 cover us. Brain, on go we run to that statue, okay? Roger that, sir. Ready when you are. 1, 2, 3, go. Together, the 2 clones jumped out of their cover, aiming for the fallen statue 50 meters away from them. Red lasers passed zooming by their heads, and blue ones came from behind them. As the first row of droids fell down, Dajir and Brain arrived at the piece of cover. 2 consecutive yells of pain marked the deaths of 2 clones behind them, and Brain let put a grunt as a laser scratched his arm. Luckily, the pain was caused only by the impact, and the laser didn't actually injure him. Peeking over the rubble, Dajir saw the crab droids just a few meters away from them. Like the rest of the droid army, they were marching forward inexorably, although they had yet to make the clones retreat a single step. The 2 armies were locked in what seemed like a standard battle, which left Dajir with a bad feeling. After over a week of new and unusual tactics, why would they suddenly revert to the normal? Pushing those thoughts to the back of his mind, the commander focused on the problem at hand. Catching the electromagnetic pulse grenade or droid popper that Brain threw to him, he activated it and launched it over his shoulder. He had already memorized the clanker's position, so he didn't even need to expose himself to throw the grenade. Brain mimicked him. 2 weird noises, followed by metal falling to the ground, rang. In one fluid movement, Dajir and Brain got up and unloaded their entire magazines onto the 2 crab droids, until their heads exploded. After all, only deactivating them momentarily wasn't enough. "All right, boys, we are falling back. To the barricades and hold your ground." Dajir's apparently contradictory orders set a few thousand clones in motion, as they positioned themselves on any kind of cover they could find or had built. As night came, their job wasn't to advance, but to stop the clankers from gaining terrain. And, even though Dajir's idea of capturing a Seppi officer failed, the Republic Army managed to maintain the battle in a stalemate until the droids decided to retreat. And it was when night fell and the clankers left that the real attack began. Aza. When the first blood-curdling scream cut the night, Dajir woke up immediately. There was no mistaking it. The one who just uttered such a noise was a clone. Without worrying about putting on his helmet, Dajir dashed out of his quarters, holding his DC-17 and his vibroblade. Hell Squad, apart from Dab and Cell, were right behind him. Countless other soldiers were also searching frantically, trying to find the source of the scream. It didn't take long before they found the bodies of a patrol, all 6 clones with their throats cut. "Arbal, come in, we got Seppas here. They sneaked behind us and are ambushing our sentries." The commander was so focused on the reports of more and more troopers being found dead that it took him a while to notice Captain Arbal hadn't answered him. When he tried again, there was still nothing. "Hell Squad on me? Move, move, move. Lieutenant, keep an eye on the Seppas. Don't let them take advantage of the confusion to attack us. The others, search for whoever is ambushing us. Frist, contact our other troops, warn them. Target, I want numbers, and I want every captain or above to enter in contact with me in the next 3 minutes, otherwise assume they are dead." "Got it." "Understood, Commander." "Roger that." "Yes, sir, I'm on it." Without waiting for his orders to be carried out, Dajir led Hell Squad to Captain Arbal's quarters. As the commander of this battlefield, he had a room for himself. When they got there, they found the 2 guards dead, pierced in the chest by something sharp and powerful enough to break through the Phase II armor where it was the hardest. The door was open, and the control panel broken. Carefully, Hell Squad entered the room and found Captain Arbal dead on his bed, his throat torn open. There was still blood gushing out, which meant that it had happened very recently. Damn it, we were too late. No, Arbal was their first target. He was the commander of this battlefield, at least until we arrived, but the Seppas couldn't know that. "Commando droids." Dajir shook his head and approached Captain Arbal's body. Examining the wound, he was even more sure of it. "Look at the cut. It isn't clean, as a blade would leave it, but ragged. Whatever killed him didn't use a vibroblade, but teeth and claws." Capitulo 330, Dirty Tactics. This is Commander Dajir speaking. Captain Arbal is dead. The attacker is some sort of unidentified creature, possibly more than one. I don't want any trooper alone. I repeat, I don't want any trooper alone. Even as he transmitted his orders to every trooper under him, something only commanders could do, and on exceptional occasions, reports of more clones being found dead came in. There was no way of knowing when or where the unknown enemy would strike, and Hell Squad could only run around aimlessly. However, his orders of grouping up worked. Whatever was attacking them slowed down, since it couldn't find easy targets. "Sir, we need you on the south side. We trapped it." Hearing that, Dajir gestured for Hell Squad to follow him and ran to the south part of the base. Meanwhile, he also contacted Cell and Dab to see if they had noticed any movement by the Separatist, but the answer was negative. Dajir was both relieved and worried at the same time. Relieved because that meant the enemy didn't plan a big attack tonight, meaning they could worry about killing the creature or creatures that were attacking them. However, he was also worried about how patient and cold-blooded the Seppi tactician was. They knew the Republic couldn't send more troops to reinforce Christophsis, so they were taking their time to slowly chip away at the clone army's forces and morale. Either way, Dajir couldn't see how the Republic would win the battle unless they found and killed that new strategist. He also knew that such responsibility was bound to fall upon Hell Squad's shoulders. But that was something to worry about later. For now, they had to kill the thing that had ambushed them, and that was exactly what Hell Squad would do. Arriving at their destination, they found a bunch of clones surrounding a deposit. The building was actually a 2-story Christophsian mansion, repurposed for storage of ammunition. "Is it inside?" "Yes, Commander, it attacked us, but we managed to repel it, then it ran inside. 2 of them actually. We thought it was better to call you before entering." "You did well, Lieutenant. What did they look like?" I'm not sure, sir. They were too fast and it was dark, but I saw that they used their front legs to attack. They were sharp enough to leave an indent on the walls. We gotta be careful." "We will. All right, listen up. We got 2 of them right here, but we don't know how many others are lurking around our base. Until the sun rises, I want every precaution to stay in place. Sparks, you are in charge while Hell Squad goes inside. Split the men into 2 groups. While one keeps watch, the others rest. You know the drill." "Got it, Commander Dajir. Leave it to me." "Combo, Racker, Alston, Heater, Scar, Bulldozer, and Flint, you are with me in tech. Nerf, Fallout, Dash, Hawkeye, and Drum, you guys are with Metal, 3-4, and Brain. Brain, take the first floor, I will take the second. Keep your guards up, those things are smart and deadly." The chosen clones nodded and prepped their blasters. At a signal from Dajir, the door was opened, and they entered. 2 red eyes flashed in the darkness, searching. It knew the prey would come to them on their own accord. However, it was unknown who was the prey and who was the hunter now, and it knew that. It knew it had to be careful. Its instincts told it that danger was nearby, so it didn't dare to be arrogant. No, it would be cautious and deadly like it was taught. Kill and retreat. Hissing, it contacted its partner. They were brother and sister and had been raised together. They were the sole survivors of their litter after they had killed all their weaker siblings. Only the strong survived in their world. Somewhere along the wall, its brother answered with a hiss of its own. Silently, it climbed to the ceiling and stood upside down, waiting. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the building, hurting its eyes. Growling, it dropped down instinctively and hid beneath a crate. Anger and bloodlust started to emanate from it. It had lost one of its advantages, and it didn't like it. Turning in the lights of the deposit, Dajir and his brothers walked forward slowly. It was a labyrinth of ammo crates reaching up to their chest, and it was full of hiding spots for small beasts. With a hand gesture, Dajir told his group to follow him and went up the stairs, leaving Brain and the others to search the first floor. Minute after minute passed, and there was still no sign of the creatures. Dajir was starting to think that maybe they had found an open window or something and got out when he saw movement up ahead. Without hesitating, he fired, but missed. Whatever the shadow was, it had hidden beneath a crate very quickly. "Surround it. Racker and Tech, you are the best shots, so stay back and kill it if it escapes us. Brain, do you copy?" "Yes, Commander." "We got one up here, but we don't know where the other is. Keep your eyes peeled." "Got it." After warning the other group, the clones started to slowly encircle the place where they last saw the beast. At the same time, they pushed some of the crates aside, so it wouldn't have where to hide if it tried to run. What they didn't expect was that the being didn't plan to escape, but to take the offensive. "Ugh!" Heater screamed and almost fell to the ground when a limb sharper than any blade appeared under one of the crates and impaled his foot. Cursing, he shot at it, hitting the creature, which let out a screech loud enough to hurt their ears and retracted its leg. Limping, the clone staggered back and leaned on a wall as blood kept gushing out from the wound. It was about 5 or 6 centimeters long and 2 or 3 centimeters wide and went all the way through his foot. Damn thing, that hurts. Stay back, Heater. That thing was able to pierce through the armor, you, and the ground. We aren't taking any risks anymore. Combo, Bulldozer, and Scar, get ready. You are going to push the crate, and we will kill it. How are we supposed to push it, sir? If we get close, we are gonna end up like Heater. Dajir felt like cursing when he realized he hadn't accounted for that. They couldn't use grenades, obviously, so the only way would be to move it manually. But whoever took up the task risked ending up with a severed limb. We could try using a droid popper, Commander Dajir. It won't hurt it, but it might scare it enough so it jumps out by itself. Alston's idea was immediately approved by Dajir, who took out one of the electromagnetic pulse grenades and rolled it under the box. The creates were all raised a few dozen centimeters over the ground in case of a flood standard procedure, so the droid popper disappeared under it with no problems. Next thing they knew, a spider-like creature jumped at Combo, its sharp teeth ripping his throat open. Capitulo 331, Acklay Infants. Faster than any of the clones, even Dajir could react. A green blur appeared from under the box and jumped on Combo. Scared by the explosion of the droid popper, the creature had attacked the first thing it saw and sunk its razor-sharp teeth into his throat. The clone couldn't even scream, and all that came out was a gurgling noise. Letting go of his weapons, he tried to push the creature away, but all he managed to do was trip and fall. Dajir watched as 2 of the 6 legs of the spider-like being pierced Combo's torso, and he stopped struggling immediately. The Phase II armor, reinforced with blast padding, was weaker than paper before the sharp limbs. Although it was clear Combo was dead, Dajir and his brothers couldn't bring themselves to shoot the creature for fear of hitting him. Instead, Tech ran forward and kicked it. The animal, however, didn't appear to feel the blow. Instead, it shrieked at the clone before jumping towards him. But Tech wasn't just any trooper and was prepared for it. Pressing the trigger 2 times in quick succession, he hit its head. Still in midair, the creature was launched in the opposite direction by the force behind the lasers, and impressively managed to get up, even though 2 black holes had replaced the right half of its head. Still, its steps were shaky, and it was clear it was at its wit's end. Not wanting to take any chances, after seeing what the beast was capable of, all the clones fired at it a few times. This time, when it fell, it didn't get up. Alston knelt beside Combo and checked on his brother before shaking his head. Not only had the animal bitten his throat, but it had also pierced his heart with its legs. There was no doubt it was a creature that evolved to kill quickly and efficiently. What is that? Finally being able to have a good look at the beast, Dajir couldn't help but ask. He had seen and killed many monsters in the galaxy, including the mighty rankers, but he had never seen anything like that. It was light green and had 6 long and extremely sharp legs. They didn't end in any kind of paw or claw, but in a tip that would put any blade to shame. As for its head, it was supported by a long neck, and it was slightly flat. Most of it was completely deformed because of the lasers, but Dajir could make out the rows of sharp teeth. I think it's called an Acklay, sir. I saw it during the first battle of Genosis. I was on the gunship sent to that arena to rescue the Jedis, and the bugs had trained one of those things to fight. It was trying to eat General Kenobi when we got there, but he managed to kill it. Only, that one was about 4 meters tall, while this one here doesn't even reach my hips. Maybe it's still young. Still, it's as deadly as the bigger ones, and look at the scars it has. I bet you the Genosians also trained this one, only it hunts clones instead of fighting in an arena. Looking closely, Dajir realized Tech was right. Several scars, of all sizes, covered the Acklay. It had been trained to be deadly and savage. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when the lights went out without any prior warning. All the clones there had seen too much to believe in coincidences, so they immediately lowered their night vision devices, which made everything acquire a shade of green. Brain, what is your status? Nothing down here yet, Commander, but we heard a lot of fighting up there. What happened? We killed one of the creatures. They are called Acklays. Unfortunately, they got Combo. What about the lights? I was about to ask you if I should send someone to fix the power, sir. No, there is one of those things still here, and it is smart enough to mess with the power panel. If you go there, you are only gonna find cut cables. Keep searching and be extra careful. We will do the same here. Understood. Good hunting, sir. Using its sharp teeth, the remaining Acklay bit off the energy cables. It had heard the dying scream of its brother, and it was angry. But it knew it wouldn't be able to survive if it tried to fight the prey head-on, so it had to bring back one of its few advantages: the darkness. Holding back the urge to throw itself at its hateful enemies, the Acklay started crawling towards them slowly. When one of the clones heard it, the creature was already lunging at them. With an ear-piercing shriek, the Acklay cut up the clone's throat using one of its limbs. Arg! Brain turned around as soon as he heard Hawkeye scream, and found a dark shadow gripping him tightly, as blood tainted the front of his blue and white armor. Night vision didn't mean they had eyes on the back of their heads, and the Acklay was an ambush predator. It had waited patiently for its chance to strike, and when it did, it reaped a life. Before they could do anything, the Acklay had already jumped back into the shadows, and Hawkeye fell dead. However, the creature had never faced an enemy with night vision devices such as the clones, and had thought that just hiding a few meters away was enough to escape. It was severely wrong. Blue lasers lit up the entire deposit, 2 of them hitting the Acklay before it would run, screeching in pain. It limped away and hid behind one of the many crates. At about the same time, Dajir and the others ran downstairs, having heard the blasters being fired. Where is it? It disappeared. We lost one. Drum and Metal, guard the stairway to the 2nd floor. Don't let it go through. The others, we need to search this floor meter by meter. Let's start on this side and go all the way through. The soldiers barely had time to acknowledge Dajir's orders when the Acklay struck again. Out of nowhere, it appeared and bit Tech's leg, grabbing onto it and not letting go. One of its legs tried to stab him, but the clone managed to grab it. Arg, get this thing off me. He tried to pull off the Acklay and thrown it away, but ended up hurting himself more than anything. Tech, stay still. Stay still, Tech. It should have been a difficult, almost impossible, command to follow, considering the pain he was in, but the clone didn't hesitate when he heard both Dajir and Brain yell at him. Ignoring the creature glued to him, he stopped moving. Almost immediately, 2 lasers missed him by a few millimeters and hit the Acklay's neck and torso. Shrieking, the beast let go of Tech and tried to crawl away, but the clones wouldn't be dumb enough to let it hide again. Dajir stepped forward and, wielding his vibroblade, cut off its head, putting an end to it once and for all. For a few seconds, the headless body twitched, then stood still. Capitulo 332, From Bad to Worse. Metal kicked the Acklay's body angrily, making it flop around. They had underestimated the 2 creatures, thinking they were just stupid animals, and that had cost them 2 more soldiers, as well as a few wounded. Do you think we got them all, sir? Yeah, there weren't any other attacks reported. It can't be easy to train those things, so unleashing 2 of them on us is probably all the Seppies could do. They killed 13 of ours, of which 3 were captains, including Arbal, and 2 were lieutenants, all from the 212th. They must have learned to recognize their armor. Ouch, can you be more careful, 3-4? Quit complaining. Dajir had already sent back the troopers that had accompanied them, and only Hell Squad waited in the deposit's entrance. Heater needed immediate treatment, while 3-4 could easily take care of Tech. Sharp as they were, the Acklay's teeth were still small, and only dangerous if he managed to bite the throat. An area with a huge amount of muscle, such as the thigh, would only receive a nasty scar, nothing more. And for soldiers, scars were a trophy, not a reason for shame. This is gonna match nicely with the one you got from those Blixus spawns in Ando. Now you have one in each leg, Tech, Hahaha. Hahaha. Even 3-4, who was usually very serious when medicating someone, couldn't help but laugh out loud. During one of their many battles, Tech had been bitten in his right leg, and now it had happened to him again, only this time it was on the left one. It was as if he had allowed it to happen on purpose. Grinning, Dajir tapped Tech's shoulder as his brother glared angrily at the rest of Hell Squad. They knew each other too well to believe that he actually was angry. Come on, let's sleep. We have a busy day tomorrow. For the next 2 weeks, the Republic was pushed back kilometer by kilometer, meter by meter. Without reinforcements, their losses were growing exponentially, while the Separatists seemed to have an unending inventory of droids, which wasn't far from the truth. Dajir was forced to call back Dab and Cell, their mission of killing the enemy leader ending up in a failure. Even Ragu's arrival wasn't enough to turn the tides. In just a few days, the almost 1,000,000 troopers had been reduced to just 300,000. Not all of them died, obviously, but many were wounded and had to be evacuated. In other parts of Christophsis, the situation was even worse. Slowly but surely, the clone army on the planet was being decimated. Over 100 kilometers away from Hell Squad's base, a small clone garrison guarded a town already conquered by the Republic. Since the front lines were almost 80 kilometers from there was no need for a large group. Only one sergeant and 20-something soldiers were responsible for it. At the moment, one of the troopers was looking at one of the many panels, keeping an eye on the radar. Meanwhile, 3 others were playing a game in a hologram table, 4 or 5 were sleeping, and another 2 were cleaning their weapons. The remaining, including the sergeant, were patrolling. The monotony of their day was broken when the radar and scanners stopped working, and even the hologram table started to fail. As laid back as they might appear to be, the garrison was all made up by veterans. In a few seconds, they all had their armor on, had grabbed their weapons, and sounded the alarm. "Sarge, we got a problem." "BZZZ." "Hey Sarge, do you copy, Sarge?" After 2 tries, the trooper gave up. Only static was coming through the comlink, which only reinforced their conviction that this wasn't just a mechanical failure, but an attack. "Deck, try to contact our people on the front lines. Tell them we are being attacked and that they have to be prepared." "Already tried, brother. Comms are jammed." "Damn it, all right, we have to warn them somehow. Zap, take a speeder and go, we will hold them back." "What about Sarge and the others?" "The only way the Sepis could have jammed our comms without us noticing anything weird is if they did it from the inside and using one of our devices. That means Sarge and the others are gone." His brothers looked at him and cursed. Still, they didn't hesitate and followed his orders. Before they could even leave the room, however, the door was blown open. Several clankers, including commando droids, marched in, already firing. 2 clones fell dead instantly, while the others managed to hide and return fire. They managed to hold on for a while, but as more droids entered the room, the clone that had taken their sergeant's place knew they couldn't stay there or they would be overwhelmed. "We gotta leave. Zap, remember what I told you. You have to reach General Ragu and Commander Dajir. They must know about this or they will all be killed." Shooting and retreating, they managed to reach the room where the speeders were stored. Unfortunately, they lost 3 more soldiers in the process. "Zap now, go." "But what about?" "We will be fine, just go." It was an obvious lie, accentuated by another of his brothers getting hit and dropping to the ground dead. Still, clones were decisive and determined. Zap knew that if he hesitated too long, thousands more would lose their lives, and the death of the garrison would be in vain. Clenching his fists, he jumped on a BARC speeder, barely dodging a few lasers. Turning the vehicle around, he fired a few shots of the twin laser cannons, killing 3 or 4 droids in the front row and slowing them down for a few seconds. After that, he gave his brothers one last look and sped up. As he zoomed through the streets, he saw dozens of thousands of Sepis entering what would be the range of their scanners. He also heard his squad members scream as they fell one after another, victim to the red lasers spewed by the E5s. Several lasers flew past him, losing their accuracy the furthest he got. Still, 3 or 4 managed to hit him in the back, and he almost fell from the vehicle. Gritting his teeth, Zap laid down on the speeder and held on. He knew that if he passed out, he would be as good as dead. Now, he only had one thing in mind, reaching Dajir and telling him about the danger that approached. "One of the BZZZ Republic dogs managed to get away, sir." "Useless, now they know we are coming. I should trash you." "We hit him thrice, sir. BZZZ. He probably died and his vehicle crashed. BZZ." Breathing heavily, the person talking to the droid let a smile touch his lips. Pulling out a blaster pistol, he blew off the B1's head. You are the new commander now, Captain. Hurry up, accelerate the pace. I want to be there tomorrow morning. The poor captain, recognizable by the yellow paint on his head and shoulders, looked at his predecessor and showed what should be a nervous look on his face. Understood. Capitulo 333, deserve their trust. Dajir was talking to Ragu while gesturing to some of their broken vehicles when he heard a commotion. Turning to its source, he saw a BARC speeder flying towards them at speeds much higher than it should. Frowning, Dajir lowered his macrobinoculars, while the soldiers around him aimed their blasters at the vehicle. After so many unorthodox tactics from the separatists the last couple of days, they were scared easily by anything out of the usual. Hold your fire, it's one of ours and he is wounded. Get a medic. Burner, help me stop the speeder before it crashes into something or someone. Having said that, Dajir jumped on a speeder himself, mimicked by Burner. Together, they zoomed towards Zap and positioned themselves one on each side of him. With a little bit of trouble, they managed to slow it down and eventually stop it. Dajir had already noticed several black spots on the BARC speeder, certainly caused by lasers. The driver wasn't in a much better shape. A few dozen clones, including Hell Squad, encircled them as Dajir and burned lowered Zap. He was barely breathing, having been hit 3 times. One of the wounds wasn't so bad, only injuring his shoulder, but the other 2 lasers had hit him right in the back. By the looks of it, his lungs had been perforated, and several organs were completely scorched. It was a miracle he was still alive. The medic looked at him for a second before shaking his head to Dajir. The commander nodded slowly, before patting Zap's head to wake him up from his stupor. What happened, brother? Where were you attacked? Garrison, wiped out. 60,000, droids, at least, garrison. Zap didn't hear Dajir, his eyes unfocused. He kept repeating the same words over and over again. Clearly, he had relied on them to hold on for so long, even if he was mortally wounded. He didn't even realize he had arrived at his destiny. I know him, sir. Zap was assigned to the outpost in sector GH11. That is almost 100 kilometers behind our lines. How did they get attacked and we didn't hear of it? How did the Seppies reach them even? While the others were discussing, Dajir and Ragu were still kneeling beside Zap. The Jedi put a hand on his friend's shoulder and calmed him down with the Force. Pass, message, warn you, Commander don't let, death for, nothing. In a last moment of lucidity, Zap grabbed Dajir's forearm, his words barely audible. After that, his grip lost strength. I won't, brother, don't worry. What are you thinking, General? Zap's body had already been carried away, and the troopers had dispersed, leaving only Hell Squad and Ragu. It's pretty obvious. The Separatist managed to sneak a sizable force behind our lines. Somehow, they captured our bases and outposts before they could send out any kind of distress signal. Fortunately, Zap managed to escape and survive long enough to tell us this, otherwise we would be engaged in battle only to then be attacked from behind. Pincered, we wouldn't have any shot at survival, much less winning. Our chances are still low, even if we know about their attack. What can we do? We don't have enough troops to resist one army, whatsoever too. Cell's words sent Ragu into deep thought. Neither he nor the clones were used to fantasizing and lying to themselves about their own destiny. If they were going to die, then they were going to die, plain and simple. But they would only admit defeat when there was no other option. Come, the Christophsians swore to fight alongside the Republic for the liberation of their own planet. It's time they live up to their promises. Reluctantly, Ohm let the Jedi and the clones who followed him enter his home. Over the past days, the Togruta had been trying to meet him frequently, but he had managed to avoid it. Until now. Unfortunately for him, this time Ragu had threatened to cut down his door if he refused to let them in. An uncharacteristic behavior by a Jedi, but, hearing the coldness in his voice, Ohm had no doubt Ragu wouldn't hesitate to fulfill the threat. Master Jedi, what can I do for you? Sit down, Ohm. As we speak, Republic troops are facing 700,000 droids in the front. An unconfirmed number of Seppies is also preparing to attack us from behind. They will arrive tomorrow afternoon at the latest. The clone army is outnumbered 3-1. You, however, have over 200,000 soldiers under your command who had been doing nothing. The Christophsian was speechless. As a politician, he was used to hours of small talk and pleasantries before reaching the main topic. His counterparts were never so blunt, but he still had his pride and couldn't accept a scolding. "Master Ragu, this is my home, and I want you to show some respect." Christophsis sided with the Republic and has been giving useful information and help to you. Several of our people lost their lives. A fraction of what the clone army lost, Governor, and the majority of them were civilians, not soldiers. The only members of the Christophsian army that died were those who decided to ignore the orders of you and your friends and fight for their planet and their freedom. At least they died with some honor and knowing that they were fighting for what is right. It's a shame I can't say the same about you. Why you? Make no mistake, Ohm. I'm not one of the diplomats and seat-warmers of the Senate you dealt with before. If you refuse to pay the trust your people put on you when they elected you, Commander Dajir will arrest you for interfering with the war efforts. Ragu had spent more of his training with clones than he did with his fellow Jedis, and it was normal he started to resemble them and mimic the way they talked. He was, after all, a little more than a kid and was easily influenced, although the countless scars and the threatening air around him might hint otherwise. Ohm was shaking, horrified, when he heard the Tgthegood. He was nothing like the calm image he had of the peacekeepers the Jedis were supposed to be. No, he was ruthless. The terrifying clone behind him, with a giant scar, only contributed to his fear. Why, you can't do that. You don't have the authority. No, I don't. At least not to fully arrest you. But I need the Christophsian army tomorrow, and by then, the news of you being imprisoned wouldn't even have reached the ears of your friends yet. They won't follow your orders, even more if you arrest me. You are missing the point, Governor. We are not your enemy. I'm not your enemy. The Separatists are. I already overlooked the shady dealings you had with the CIS before the war, but if you continue to refuse to aid the Republic, I will start to think you maintain some old friendships. This time, Ohm was truly scared. He didn't betray the Republic, and he also wanted to save Christophsis. However, he didn't want to lose the army under his command. Still, in the end, he had to concede. He knew Ragu had the means to make it look like he was a traitor. Whether or not a Jedi would really do that, he didn't know, but he didn't dare to test it. Coward! One of the clones muttered something under his breath, barely understandable. Still, Ohm's blue skin burned red with shame. Quiet Metal, he is finally doing something right. You will see, Governor. Tomorrow we will either be all dead and you can push the blame to us, or we will have one and you can take the credit. Remember, clones don't fight for fame. I certainly don't. We fight for the free people of the galaxy and for the people of Christophsis. The Christophsian was dumbstruck, realizing that in his indignation and anger, he had forgotten what should truly matter to him. Oh, and just so you know, I already talked to the officers of the Christophsian army stationed here. With or without your consent, they would have followed us into battle tomorrow. They are fighting for their home, after all. Orders only matter so much when everything you know and love is at stake. Author's thoughts. A longer chapter than normal, but I couldn't end it without letting Ragu speak all he wanted, could I? Jokes aside, I just wanted to thank everyone who gave their opinion on what I asked last chapter. I already contacted Royal Road, and they were very helpful. I'm glad to say that they have no such thing as exclusivity, meaning I can upload my new novel both here and there. For those who are confused, I am starting a new project called IFERS, Slaves of the Gods, and I will say nothing else for now. It will still take a few months before I start uploading it, however. But trust me, you guys will be the first to know when it starts. I will upload both here on Webnovel and also on Royal Road, and I also set either a Patreon or a PayPal, maybe both, which I did not do for broke because it was a fanfic. But let's leave that for later. For now, what I want to say is that while I will upload on both sites at the same time, I am pretty sure that going premium here on Webnovel is unavoidable. From what I understand, and learned when talking to fellow authors, all novels here minus fanfics have to go premium after chapter 100. I still have to confirm, but I think that's how it works. So, just know that even if it does go premium, it will be free on Royal Road. Well, I think that's it. I will have a lot more to say the closer we get to the release of the new novel. Any ideas, suggestions, critics, and such are welcomed. Thank you all for your time. Capitulo 334, Never Again. Don't you think you were a bit too harsh with him, General? He almost fainted with fear. Haha. Bah, he deserves it. Who knows how many more of us would have to fight and die because of his little schemes. He wouldn't last a minute in a battle. Hell Squad laughed loudly, while Ragu limited himself to a grin. The clones knew him all too well. Not for a moment had they believed that the Togruta would imprison Ohm based on false accusations. He had too much of his master's righteousness and the Jedi Order's mentality to do so. In fact, of all the threats he made to the Christophsian governor, the only real one was that he had already talked to the officers in his army. Commander, what do you think? That we have a battle tomorrow that we are almost certainly going to lose. Quit joking around and go prepare. Now. Dajir's words were like a bucket of cold water being poured on one of their rare moments of fun. They were so unprepared for it that they had to stop and look at him. The seriousness in his voice and the darkness in his eyes assured them he wasn't joking. Something had made Dajir very angry, although they didn't know what. Yes, sir. Not daring to disobey, Hell Squad left. Before they did so, Brain knocked on his helmet, a worried and questioning look on his face. To that, Dajir only nodded. When there was no one else in sight, the commander turned to face Ragu. He knew that from the moment his mood had taken a turn, the Jedi had sensed it. It was inevitable that he would make inquiries. Something has been troubling you, Dajir, from the moment Ohm opened his mouth. What is it? And don't tell me it's just your normal worries. I know you too well. Haha, you really do, General. It's, Say it. Dajir's eyes were on Ragu, but it was obvious to the Jedi that his mind was elsewhere entirely. This is too similar to Ryloth, Ragu. Once again we are outnumbered, outgunned, and about to be decimated. The Twi'leks we fought and died for left us that time, and the Christophsians almost did the same. Heck, they did do the same. 200,000 poorly trained soldiers are the same as nothing. The number of times Dajir called Ragu by his name, without his rank, could be counted in one hand. Each time it was when Hell Squad and he were at their lowest. That was enough to show the Jedi how overwhelmed the commander was feeling. And, unfortunately, he was right, like always. What will we do this time, sir? Run again? Leaving my brothers to die? You know Hell Squad can't do that. Not again. Not for a people that won't even fight for their own planet. At least Syndulla had the courage to do that. No, we won't run. This time we will fight to the very last man. If we are to die, we will do so together, and we will take as many of them as we can with us. A memorable end. Dajir's eyes focused, and he took a deep breath. He was losing control of his emotions more and more often recently. He didn't care if Ragu saw it, but the others couldn't. For them, he had to, and he would, always be Commander Dajir, the one recognized as the best soldier in the clone army. Don't you try to convince me to escape once again. Understood, Trooper. Hahaha, I wouldn't dare, General. Where you go, Hell Squad follows. Where you make your last stand, it's also where ours will be. It's good to hear that. And Dajir, I swear to you I won't let Ryloth happen again. Never. The next morning, the battle started as usual. Republic and Separatist clashed once again, dozens falling every minute. There was no sign of the Christophsian army. Surprisingly enough, the Republic was winning. That happened because Ragu had committed all their troops, including the rearguard and the reserve, to the defense. A dangerous tactic, because if even a single clanker squad pierced through their lines, they could cause a lot of damage. But it seemed to be working since the droids were pushed back, row after row of B-1 units being trashed, and vehicles being destroyed. Still, following Dajir's orders, the clone army didn't advance, but held their defensive positions. As for the second Separatist army, that planned on attacking the clones from behind, only 8 people waited for them. Hell Squad and Ragu waited for the enemy on one of the main roads. It was large enough for several ATTs to walk side by side, so when just the 8 of them stood there, it looked quite empty. They could feel hidden eyes staring at them from every direction. The civilians inside their apartments must be wondering why they were there, when the battle was raging a few kilometers away. Finally, after over an hour, Cell whistled and put down his binoculars. Here they come, a lot of them, but at least I only see B1s and B2S, no vehicles or anything bigger. 60,000 droids already make a lot of noise. Vehicles would be detected easily. Dajir and Ragu looked at each other, and the clone let out one of his rare grins. Putting on his helmet, he ran his fingers through the markings on his armor. You know we are probably going to die, right, General? Yep, so what? Nothing, let's do it. Laughing, Ragu dropped his robe, revealing the Jedi clothes underneath and his lightsaber. Next to him, Hell Squad put on their helmets. He could feel their excitement, their desire for battle. And so, all by themselves, they started walking towards the enemy army, under the astonished gazes of the civilians, and also from Ohm, who was watching from afar. For the 303rd. A blue-skinned Kiss watched as 7 clones and a Togruta walked towards them. His expression was contorted into a frown. It didn't make sense. Nothing of it did. BZZZ, General Thrawn, do we open? BZZZ, fire. No, something is very wrong. Send an emissary. I want to hear the Jedi. He was a brilliant strategist, but he couldn't see what the Jedi wanted to accomplish. He already had checked all the buildings dozens of blocks to either side, and no clones were hiding there. He also knew that all the Republic troopers were engaged with his own troops on the front lines. Unless the Togruta wanted to parley, he was just walking to his death. Still, that bothered Thrawn. He liked to be in control and know everything, but this time this wasn't possible. While he was furiously thinking, he first ordered his army to stop, for fear of walking into a trap. A B-1 unit had already reached the 8 enemies and showed his hologram to them. The safest way to talk to a Jedi was over a distance. Master Ragu, I must admit you intrigue me. What exactly do you think you will accomplish by? You are. Thrawn stuttered, not used to being so rudely interrupted. Still, he was a man of culture, and who cared a lot about his demeanor, so he recovered quickly. I am General Mithrunuraudo. You can call me General Thrawn. I suppose you are the one who has been giving me, and my troops, so much trouble this last month. I am simply using some unorthodox tactics, Jedi Master. The soldiers under you aren't easy to deal with. Unorthodox tactics, haha, that was a bit low, even for a Seppi. There is no honor in war, Jedi. You are right on that, Dab. Yes, sir. Shoot him. Capitulo 335, From Defeat to Victory. Shoot him. If it was any other person saying it, Thrawn would have laughed. He was over 5 kilometers away from the Jedi. No one could be this accurate, especially when the clone he had called Dab was standing, with no support or stable surface whatsoever. But something in Ragu's voice made him freeze. Maybe it was the lack of emotion, or the confidence with which he said it, as if Dab hitting the target was already guaranteed. Maybe it was the fact that he had thoroughly studied Hell Squad and knew everything there was to know about them. Facts remain, he felt danger. An unbelievable amount of danger, as if his life was hanging by a thread, which it was. He reacted quickly and pushed the newly promoted droid captain in front of him. That action saved his life, because in the next second, a blue laser pierced a hole through the clanker's head, exactly where he was a moment before. A second laser, fired shortly after the first one, hit his left arm, sending him staggering backwards. He expected more lasers to follow, but instead, there was only silence. He could see at his hologram projector the Jedi smiling with a nonchalant look on his face. Embarrassed, he realized that he had forgotten how righteous the Jedis thought they were. They would never target a defenseless enemy. Still, the clones besides him weren't so merciful, and Dab had clearly fired to kill. Using the Force, Ragu pulled the hologram projector that the droid was carrying and looked at Thrawn. Dajir stepped forward and cut off the emissary's head. General Thrawn, you sent suicide bombers, monsters, and tried to use poison against my troops. Hell Squad here lost many good brothers because of you. As you surely are thinking, I am different from other Jedis. Many of your counterparts have pointed that out to me. What do you mean? I mean that I've seen too much war, and that I am tired of it. Unless you and your troops run back to your hiding holes, we will be forced to kill you. I'm not gonna be the one to hold Hell Squad back. Ragu had to admit that Thrawn was quite impressive. Even though he had just been shot, the Kiss had quickly regained his composure and maintained a stone-cold expression as they talked. If my eyes do not deceive me, you are only 8, Master Jedi. How exactly do you plan on killing all of us? Ragu laughed out loud, and even Hell Squad couldn't help but chuckle when they heard the separatist. They weren't good or stupid enough to think they could destroy 60,000 droids by themselves, but that never was their plan. Haha, I didn't say I would end all the piles of scrap metal behind you, Thrawn. I said I would kill you. And I'm sure you read the reports about me and Hell Squad. You know we can do that. Having said that, Ragu threw the hologram projector on the ground and resumed walking. Hell Squad followed him, 3 to the left, 4 to the right. Even though they were walking to their deaths, they felt no fear. Remember, follow the plan. Leave it to us, General. You got the hard part, so try not to die. Hahaha. Thrawn looked at the wound in his arm dismissively, not at all bothered by the pain. What worried him the most was not knowing what the Republic dogs were up to. He liked to be in control, and when things didn't make sense, he got angry. Suddenly, the group that had been calmly walking towards them split up. Dajir and his men found cover on the sides of the road, leaving only Ragu in the middle. He had a grin on his face and turned on his lightsaber. It was then that Thrawn realized the Togruta had already achieved his objective, and that he had fallen to the Jedi's trick. Republic scum, all troops advance, they are just wasting our time, petty tricks. All Ragu wanted was to give the soldiers on the front lines more time, so they could cause more damage to the Separatist. In other words, the Jedi was a sore loser who couldn't accept his defeat. That's why only he and Hell Squad faced Thrawn, so he would think there was a trap and hesitate. But there was no trap, no plan, no nothing. Or so he thought. Even as the clankers under his command fired the first lasers, and Ragu deflected them, Dajir and Hell Squad waited quietly. Thrawn might have an army of 60,000 with him, but since he didn't have any vehicles with him, only 20 or 30 could aim and fire at the Jedi at a time. The front rows of the army blocked the view of the ones behind. Of course, 30 droids firing at the same time was still a huge number. However, it was still doable for Ragu. Dodging and weaving, he managed to survive for a few more seconds, which was all they needed. Whenever you feel like it, Dajir. They are coming, sir. Hold on for a little while more. Having said that, Dajir squeezed the trigger of his DC-15A twice, killing one tin can with each laser. The droids were so closely packed that it would be difficult to miss even if he wanted to. Suddenly, from the windows of the buildings and from the side streets, thousands of blue lasers hit the droid army. Although poorly coordinated, the attack managed to destroy thousands of units in a single swoop. And from everywhere, the coward Christophsians appeared to fight for their planet. Taka was the general of the Christophsian army, allocated under Governor Ohm. For months now, he had been asking to fight, but because of stupid political reasons, he never received permission. When Ragu came to him, he didn't hesitate to join the young Jedi, even if it meant going against the orders of the superior. One of the reasons why he did so was because Ragu was honest with him, exposing the entire situation and their low chances of victory. Another was that he simply wanted to piss off Ohm, since the governor would rather let his people die than utilize his army. Of course, the main reason was that he wanted to free his planet of the separatist oppression. And so, as crazy and suicidal as he thought the Jedi's plan was, he went along with it. 200,000 clones wouldn't be easy to hide from the separatist, but 200,000 Christophsians could easily pass by as scared civilians, hiding in their homes. Taka had to admit that his army was poorly trained and barely better than recruits. For many, that was their first battle, but they did well. In their overconfidence, the droids had neglected protecting their flank and were crushed. 4.5 hours later, the battle was ending, and the Christophsian general entered the battlefield while letting his subordinates deal with the stragglers. He wanted to find Ragu and Hell Squad if they were still alive. Capitulo 336, Ragu's Path. Taka found the 8 people he was looking for holding the enemy commander prisoner. He hadn't doubted that the Jedi would survive the battle because of his supernatural powers, but he was surprised to find out that all the clones were still alive. Badly hurt, that's true, but alive. It was only now, seeing the veterans covered in new wounds, that Taka associated them with the Hell Squad he heard rumors about. In an army of hundreds of millions, it would be impossible for units not to have similar or even identical, designations, so when he first heard Ragu refer to them as Hell Squad, he thought they were just a normal unit. But now he was sure they were anything but normal. They had to be the group of clones he heard stories about. It was hard to find anything about them, other than whispers here and there. But those whispers found their way into the ears of those interested in them pretty quickly, and Taka was one of those people. 7 clones, veterans of 1,000 battles, responsible for dozens of thousands of confirmed kills and who knows how many more. Survivors of a fallen legion. Some said they were metal than flesh. Others said that after so much time fighting alongside the Jedis, they had learned some of their powers. Many thought they were actually a lie, a legend created by the Republic to spread fear in the hearts of their enemies. But on one thing all the rumors agreed. Whoever faced Hell Squad met death. Dajir noticed the Christophsian general looking weirdly at him and frowned. His glare carried hints of admiration, curiosity, and fear. The commander wasn't sure as to why Taka was looking at him like that, but he didn't really care. Most civilians feared clones because they represented war and were fearsome-looking. The general was a soldier, however, so he shouldn't feel like that. Dajir rarely talked to anyone apart from his brothers and Ragu. He had no idea that the tales of Hell Squad had spread across the galaxy. However, the battle hadn't been nearly as intense as Taka thought it had. Neither Hell Squad nor Ragu were dumb enough to think they could take on 60,000 droids. So, after distracting them for the time it was needed for the Christophsians to leave their hiding holes, it was pretty much a normal battle. Obviously, Thrawn had ordered his army to focus fire on them, but there was little they could do when they were being attacked by an enemy almost 4 times their own, ill-prepared or not. Each of the members of Hell Squad had received their share of injuries, but that was one of the few times they had the luxury of just hiding after being shot, instead of pressing on fighting. Because of that, they were able to avoid any casualties. If the ones attacking were their brothers, instead of the Christophsian army, they wouldn't have done so. The cold truth was that they didn't care nearly as much for the natives as they did for the other clones. Family above all else. Still, they had been able to avoid fatal injuries, that's all. For anyone looking, there were more holes in their armor than unharmed spots. Both Dab and Brain had one of their arms immobilized and were limping hard. Cell still had to recover from the explosion of a wrist rocket, but 3-4 said he would be okay. The medic had been hit on the shoulder, thigh, and left side of his body, but luckily, no organs were damaged. That meant he was in a lot of pain, but no danger. Metal was the one who had it worse of them all. A thermal detonator sent him flying, resulting in a broken leg and a dislocated shoulder. 3 lasers had also found their way to his arm, leaving him with only one good limb. Tech had survived mostly unscathed, apart from 2 lasers that hit his blast padding. As for Dajir, a laser had grazed his side, and another would too put his left arm out of use for a few days. However, that was all. Ragu, even though he was a Jedi, hadn't fared much better than Hell Squad. He was the primary target of every clanker on the proximity. He had a bandage wrapped around his head and another on his right shoulder and chest. Overall, they were all okay. And better than that, they had managed to capture Thrawn. Dajir had almost killed him, but Ragu stopped him. The commander was hesitant since he had many bad experiences with leaving enemies alive, but orders were orders. Your plan has crumbled around you, Thrawn. Even if we can't win on the front lines, at least we will hold on for a while more. Besides, without their strategist, I doubt the tin cans can plan anything better than marching forward. The Kiss smiled, not angered. He seemed resigned to his fate. Dajir didn't like that. He was a dangerous foe, and he had already proven that. General. No, Dajir, he is a prisoner. I can't let you kill him in cold blood, and you know that. Dajir knew from the start that the Jedi's convictions wouldn't let him agree with him. Still, he thought it was his duty to point out their options. Thrawn was too dangerous to be left alive. We could simulate an escape, sir. When that happens, we have the right to. That's enough, Dajir. I know that has been done before, that you have done it before, but I do not abide by it. You should know me better than to suggest that. Dajir shrugged and let go of the matter. He didn't have the morals of the Jedis, but he also didn't want to change Ragu. As a subordinate, he gave a suggestion. It was his superior's choice to accept it or not. Hahaha, I underestimated you, Master Jedi. I studied those lowly Christophsians and never thought they would have the spirit to revolt. However, I didn't account for external influences. That was a valuable lesson, however. Next time I will be more careful." Thrawn laughed even with a lightsaber on his neck, which almost made Ragu regret his decision of leaving him alive. Almost. "Bring him in and make him stay quiet." Dajir nodded and kicked the separatist, sending him into unconsciousness. It was brutal, but Thrawn deserved a lot worse for all the inhumane and ruthless tactics he used against the clone army. Ragu, in a very uncharacteristic show of indifference for a Jedi, completely ignored Dajir's actions and, after nodding to Taka, left. The battle was still going on the front lines, and he was needed. War had changed Ragu more than it did to any other Padawan. Some, like Barriss Offee, with whom Hell Squad had fought alongside before, had fallen to the dark side. Not Ragu. General Dai's teachings were deeply engraved in his heart, and he trusted the Force to lead him to the correct path. But he had long understood that good manners and mercy wouldn't bring an end to this terrible war. The young Togruta merged what he was taught with what he had learned. He was a Jedi, but he was also a soldier. If anyone threatened his brothers, he would retaliate, and he wouldn't be kind. Ragu was following his own path, one that the Jedi Order wouldn't approve, but that he knew it was necessary for survival. He wasn't in the light nor the darkness. He was in the gray area in between, and he needed to build his path from scratch. Capítulo 337, Undercurrents of the War. 2 days later, Thrawn was transferred to a prison in Coruscant. During transportation, the convoy was attacked. There were no survivors, and the Kiss disappeared. However, that left both Republic and Separatist baffled, since neither of them were responsible for the attack. With a little pressure from high places, the matter was quickly forgotten. "Where am I?" Thrawn sounded more curious than anything as the blindfold was taken off of him. He blinked and saw someone wearing a blood-red armor in front of him, carrying an electro staff. He raised an eyebrow. That was a Senate guard. "Where you are, my dear friend, does not matter. What will be made of you should be your main concern." A hooded figure emerged from the darkness, chuckling. Thrawn had already guessed who it was, and was both shocked and impressed. Who would have thought that the one controlling everything was none other than the incorruptible Chancellor of the Galactic Republic? "So, what are you? A Jedi? A Sith? Or something else?" Chancellor Palpatine smiled knowingly, sending shivers down Thrawn's spine. Black shadows appeared in his mind, craving for blood and death. After what seemed like an eternity, he was left sweating profusely, his composed demeanor nowhere to be seen. He had faced a little of what clones went through every night, and it was too much for him. What do you want from me?" "Kakakaka, your submission, General Thrawn. The Clone Wars are coming to an end. Soon, a new ruler shall lead this galaxy. Republic and Separatist are nothing but children fighting in a playground. Only with an iron fist can one truly command all. The time for the Galactic Empire is approaching. Kakaka." The Kiss felt his blood boil in excitement. He knew he was being partially controlled and influenced by Chancellor Palpatine, who he now was sure was a Sith, but that was also the opportunity he had been searching for his entire life. A chance to be an important piece on the writing of history. His name would be remembered forever. "So, are you with me? Are you willing to become my general?" "Your words will be my commands, my lord." Good, good. Our time is approaching, my general. We will do great things. Kakakakaka." Count Dooku woke from his meditation frowning. The Force was unusually clouded these days. He knew Darth Sidious's plans and aspirations from the start, which was why he was responsible for setting up and starting the war. However, things were getting way out of hand. He feared his master might be thinking about disposing of him. One thing was certain, however. The Republic was walking towards its downfall, and he would be there to witness it. And with it, the time of the hateful Jedi Order was coming to an end. Soon, Sith would rule the galaxy, what they should have been doing for millions of years. In a falling-apart deposit in Coruscant, Ventress turned off her lightsaber. Around her, 20 or 30 outlaws had made the mistake of thinking she was an easy prey. They all lay dead, most of them in pieces. It was at that moment that she felt a strong disturbance in the Force. She could feel the dark side calling her, becoming stronger by the minute. However, instead of the smile usually would appear, a frown took her face. There was too much she didn't know, and no one she could trust. Once more she was alone in the galaxy, betrayed by those she trusted. Wrong something is. But what? I've never seen the Force this foggy before. Into the future pry we must not. Dangerous it is, very dangerous indeed. We must prepare for whatever is coming. Prepare to the unknown, impossible is. Trust ourselves, we will have to. Darth Maul and his companion, Savage Opress, were observing their lackeys move crates full of contraband around when they felt the surge on the Force. A grotesque smile touched both of their lips. Soon the galaxy will be engulfed in chaos, brother. Then, and only then, it will be our time to rule the underworld. Kakakaka. On the other side of Coruscant, Ahsoka Tano roamed around aimlessly. After the treacherous Barriss Offee tried to blame her for the Jedi Temple bombing, she was shocked by the lack of trust her fellow Jedis had in her. Even her master, Anakin Skywalker, thought she was the culprit. Like Ragu, she was part of the new generation of Jedis, trained and raised amidst war. She placed a lot of importance on trust and camaraderie, which she learned from the clones. And, if the Jedi Order didn't trust her, she didn't know if she could trust them. Devastated, she left the Jedi Order, searching for her own path to become something else, something better. She too felt the waves on the Force, but that wasn't her problem anymore. Ragu spun his lightsaber and cut off the front legs of a crab droid, crippling it. After that, he used the Force to pull 3B1 units forward, which immediately were shot by Dab. Then, as he advanced, carving a path through the Seppas, Hell Squad followed closely, always in sync with him. After so many battles, they knew each other's thoughts and tactics inside out, and were able to work together without even the need of saying anything. Suddenly, the Togruta stopped and put his hands on his head, seemingly in pain. Dajir looked at Brain before gesturing with his head. Together, they stood in front of the Jedi, making a wall to protect him while they waited for whatever was happening to end. It didn't take too long. Ragu deflected 2 lasers to the side and hid behind the remains of a fallen building. Dajir followed him, while Hell Squad continued clearing the surroundings. What did you feel, General? I saw the future, I think. Dajir raised an eyebrow. Even for a Jedi, peeking into the future out of nowhere seemed a bit unrealistic. Good future or bad future? I don't know, I saw flashes. Death, a shadow, a laugh. A hand clad in black armor wielding a red lightsaber. I felt pain, betrayal, but also a child's laugh, happiness, but after much sadness and destruction. And the clone was stunned. Some of the things his general saw were too similar to the nightmares clones had, uncomfortably similar. And I saw Master, his face. He was worried, but also relieved. I am not sure what all that means, but we have to do something. Dajir was silent for a few seconds and just stared at the Jedi. He seemed genuinely shocked. Most probably seeing the future had unsettled him. Well, it would unsettle anyone. We will worry about the future when it comes, General. Ragu looked at him and nodded. As always, the clone was right. Whatever everything he saw meant, they would discover later. Besides, the future isn't set on stone. It might not even happen. All right, Dajir, but let's finish this quickly. I need to go back to meditate on it. He could feel the commander putting a grin on his face as he spoke. After that, Dajir got up, already firing at the droids and speaking on his comlink. Listen up, lads. I'm tired, so let's wrap this up and kick the Seppas back to their ships. Capitulo 338. To Mandalore we go. 2 weeks after the capture and subsequent escape of Thrawn, Hell Squad and Ragu were preparing to leave Christophsis. The planet was still in a heated battle, but with the Christophsian armies all around the planet joining, the Republic was turning the tables. Jedi generals Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi had also returned to take over their legions. Dajir found it ironic that Ohm, who initially was doing everything not to have his army act, was the one who took the credit for it. Well, at least it inspired others to do the same. Plus, it wasn't like clones were running after fame or credit. The battle was fought and won, so leave the politics to the politicians. Read this. Ragu threw a datapad to Dajir, who caught it in midair. As he read the short report, A frown took his face, and he clenched his fists. Is that true, General? Unfortunately, I contacted Master Kenobi to confirm it. What is it, sir? Dajir passed the object to Barin, but even as the clone read it, he was already explaining. Ahsoka left the Jedi Order. That includes the Republic Army. Oh, why? She got framed for the bombing of the Jedi Temple we were informed about a few weeks ago. Even though she cleared her name, she decided to leave. She did well. We fought alongside the kid countless times. It's stupid to think she would betray the Republic. With all due respect, General. Cell quickly realized he was complaining about the Jedi Order in front of one of their own. The Togruta, however, shook his head sadly, dismissing his apologies. The scout was blunt and somewhat dense, but he was right. We also fought with Offie, and she turned out to be the traitor. We would never have suspected her either. But Cell is right, sir. You gotta trust your own, even if you are wrong. Ragu nodded slowly, agreeing. Sometimes, he felt like the clones had more to teach the Jedis than his counterparts would ever dare to admit or allow. After a few seconds of silence, he transferred some files to the datapad. That has nothing to do with our mission, however. I was just letting you know because you were quite close to Ahsoka. We did spend 2 months trapped in a hole with her. You get to know each other well when that happens. They all grinned. Those 2 months were worse than anything the Separatist could have thrown at them, than any kind of torture. No matter how lightly 3-4 put it, it was hell. What is the mission, Commander? Dajir's frown deepened as he read. After a while, he turned off the datapad, deep in thought. His brothers knew he was analyzing what he just read. This is going to be an interesting one. Our target is to capture or kill 3 high-level members of an organization called Death Watch. Never heard of them. They are an extremist organization trying to overthrow the government of Mandalore, Brain. Not only that, but they also believe that they have to bring back the strength of old, when Mandalore dominated the others through death and violence. That caught Hell Squad's attention. Not the part about conquering the galaxy through violence, but the planet they were going to. Mandalore is a neutral planet, isn't it? Not just a neutral planet, but the neutral planet right. Yeah, which means we won't have to watch out for Death Watch, but also the Mandalorian government. They will hunt and kill us without a second thought. That is just great. 3-4 sighed loudly, inciting a smile from the others. Well, the medic wasn't wrong. Mandalore was the leading system of the Alliance of Neutral Systems. It had an amount of power that wasn't any inferior to the Republic or CIS. But neutral didn't mean peaceful or weak. The opposite, to be exact. To be able to maintain neutrality in those almost 4 years of turmoil, Mandalore had to show they were strong. And their way of showing it was by shooting down and killing any Republic or Separatist ship or group that appeared unannounced. Oh, and they hated Jedis. Well, Force users in general. The Mandalorians liked to clean their dirty laundry at home, per se. To send 7 clones and 1 Jedi, there was the same as dropping them in the midst of a Genosian nest. Worse, actually, since the Mandalorians were deadly and well-trained. There was a reason why one of them, although in exile, was chosen to be the genetic base for the clone army. Why are we attacking those 3 only? Seems counterproductive to send us there only to do that. We could take out Death Watch entirely and solve this at once. To anyone else who heard it, Metal would have sounded overly arrogant, but his brothers and Ragu didn't think so. Even Dajir, who was usually very cautious, was nodding. They had the skills to do so, they only lacked the orders. I don't know details. However, our objective is only to weaken Death Watch, not destroy it. Don't ask me why. This came from the Jedi Council and the Chancellor's office. Hell Squad nodded and went back to cleaning their weapons. No matter from where they came, as long as they were valid, they would follow their orders. To get to Mandalore without being noticed, they made use of an old acquaintance, Hondo. The pirate wasn't at all happy to see them, but when Ragu promised to overlook any cargo he smuggled out of the planet only this one time, he quickly agreed. Security from any ships that came from Mandalore to the Republic was tight, so it was too risky to smuggle it normally. With a Jedi's words, however, things were a lot easier. Clone armor would be easily noticed in Mandalore, especially their helmets. As such, apart from Dajir, His armor already looked more like a bounty hunter's. With all the markings, they all changed to clothes Hondo gave them. Now they looked like pirates and bounty hunters, which was more acceptable. To disguise their faces, they also put on scarred Mandalorian helmets. Ragu didn't need much of a disguise. With half of one of his protuberances missing and several scars, he looked more vicious than any Jedi should. They didn't catch much attention when they landed on one of the worst sides of Mandalore. Outlaws and bandits were cowards by nature, and seeing 8 well-armed and clearly dangerous people, none dared to attack them. That night, after finding a precarious base, they all sat around Ragu, waiting for instructions. "So, General, what's the plan?" "Our targets are Arda Espinil, Hurt Killer, and Vlaz Vizsla." Vizsla, like in Pre-Vizsla, Death Watch's leader. Yep, his cousin to be more exact. This is getting better by the minute. Dajir elbowed Tech, telling the clone to shut up, and gestured for Ragu to continue. The Jedi was already used to the clone's antics, so he didn't mind being interrupted. "All we know is that they are in Mandalore, and not on their moon base, so that's something. They are all wanted by Satine Kryze, so they will be hiding on this side of the planet." Death Watch's base had been destroyed by General Kenobi, leaving them with no option but to hide in Mandalore. As for Satine Kryze, she was Mandalore's leader. "Tomorrow, we will need to split up and look for anything that might lead us to them. Try not to be too obvious about it and not to get in trouble." "Roger that, General." Capitulo 339, Showing Dominance. 4 days later, Dajir, Brain, and 3-4 were sitting at a table in one of the many bars outlaws liked to go. Metal, Cell, Tech, Dab, and Ragu were somewhere else. For those last days, they had stayed quiet and not caused any ruckus. However, they still had to hear anything useful, until now. Although he was looking in the other direction, seemingly engaging in a conversation with his companions, Dajir was actually paying attention to 2 Mandalorians that were sitting at a table near them. Their famous armor was painted red and black, and with a drawing somewhat similar to a skull. Death Watch. "I'm tired of waiting. Those scums are all high and mighty on their fancy buildings, while we have to stay here with those rats." The Mandalorian wasn't making any effort to lower his arrogant voice, and received more than one angry glare from nearby customers. However, once they saw who they were, they decided to stay quiet. "You know the orders. Arda doesn't want any more trouble. Kryze hunting us is more than enough, so keep your mouth shut." The first Mandalorian scoffed and got up. In doing so, he bumped on a large Kalish behind him. The reptilian species snarled and pushed him away. Dajir could feel that was all the Death Watch member wanted, an excuse to make some noise and vent his anger. He pulled out his blaster pistol almost as fast as a clone would and put it against the Kalish's chest. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Instantly, all noise in the tavern died down, all eyes focused on him. "Anyone want some, or are we good now?" No one answered, and the Mandalorian muttered "cowards" under his breath before leaving. His companion sighed and followed him. "Let's go." As soon as they exited the bar, Dajir told his 2 brothers to get up. That was the first palpable lead they had in days, and they had to follow them no matter what. Unfortunately for them, now that the 2 Death Watch members were gone, the customers of the tavern seemed a lot more unrestrained. No sooner than they got up, Brain barely touched someone, they had to push people aside to walk, since it was so crowded, and was rewarded with a growl. A Quarren tried to punch him, but the drunkard was far too slow for a veteran like him. Brain dodged and continued walking, as if nothing had happened. They had very specific orders to avoid trouble, and they couldn't lose sight of the Mandalorians. But the Quarren wasn't satisfied, and with his friends encouraging him, grabbed Brain's shoulder. Dajir's second-in-command frowned under his helmet and prepared to grab his pistol. Clones weren't used to these kinds of places, and rather than entering a brawl, it would be much quicker to solve everything with a laser. Anyway, everyone there was a criminal of one kind or another, so the trooper had no qualms about killing them. But Dajir was faster than him. With a swift move, he unsheathed his vibroblade and severed the Quarren's arm above his elbow. Green blood spilled out as he screamed, but the 3 clones didn't even look at him and left the bar. This time, no one dared to block their path. They got out just in time to see the two Mandalorians turning around a corner. The clones might not be too good with social interaction, preferring to solve their problems through violence, as Dajir showed, but they were good at tailing others, having done it countless times. Dajir briefly contacted Ragu to tell him what they were doing, and split from Brain and 3-4. 3 people together attracted more attention than 3 on their own. After about half an hour and several twists and turns, the Mandalorians entered a big complex, having no idea that they were being followed. Dajir joined with his brothers and kicked open a door that led to the roof of the building in front. From there, they could monitor the movement around the building without anyone noticing. "All right, 3-4, stay here, eyes open. I want to know how many people enter and leave that building and if any of our targets are among them. Brain and I will meet with the others and decide on a plan." "Roger that, sir." "That's how it is, General. 3-4 have been reporting that several people, including our 3 targets, and what seems like a bunch of high-level members of Death Watch, have entered the building for the last 2 hours. About 10 minutes ago, people stopped entering, and nobody came out yet." Ragu acknowledged it, and was thinking when 3-4's voice came through the comlink. "Scratch that, sir, someone else is entering. That is, it's Pre-Visual himself." Everyone stopped talking immediately when they heard 3-4. If before they thought it was just some sort of meeting, now they knew it was a lot more. "What do we do now, General?" They all looked at Ragu, waiting. That was a chance they might not have again. They could take out not only their targets, but many others, including Pre-Visual. That was their shot at crippling Death Watch once and for all. The Togruta hesitated for a long time, deep in thought. He didn't doubt that Hell Squad could do it, only whether they should or not. They had very clear orders of only touching Arda Espinil, Th Hurt Killer, and Vlaz Vizsla. But then again, neither the Jedi nor the 7 clones had many problems with bending their orders if it suited them. Not a very clone or Jedi-like behavior, but they also weren't normal clones or Jedis. "Okay then, 3-4, keep an eye out until we get there. Any vantage points for Dab?" "No, sir. All windows are closed and blocked." "We all go in together then. Dajir, your vibroblade. I don't want to be recognized in case someone escapes." Dajir nodded and threw his weapon to the Jedi. Any sign of an unauthorized Jedi in Mandalore could ruin the relations between the planet and the Republic, which weren't good to start with. 2 hours later, when they arrived at 3-4's post, there was still no sign of the meeting ending. Ragu looked at Dajir and the others, who nodded reassuringly and put on a mask. The chances of him being recognized were slim, since most of his missions were the same as Hell Squad's, secretive and unofficial. The records about who he was and his face were few and well hidden in the Jedi Temple's archives. Still, better safe than sorry. There was no need to ask if Hell Squad was prepared. They always were. Metal and Brain stepped forward and kicked the doors wide open, surprising 2 Mandalorians guarding it. Before any of them could react, Ragu had already slashed forward, finding the small crevices between their helmets and their armor, and sent their heads flying in the air. Meanwhile, dozens of Mandalorians sitting around a table looked at them in surprise, anger, and shock. After a few seconds, lasers started flying. Capitulo 340, completing the mission. 10 or 12 of the Mandalorians fell before they could even muster up a reaction. Before hiding behind a pillar, Dajir quickly scanned the room. There were at least 50 men and women inside, all armed to the teeth and wearing a platinum armor. At first, Dajir thought they had already killed 1/4 of them, but he was stunned to see over half of the dead Mandalorians rise again, rubbing their chest in pain. Only those hit on the head stayed on the ground. What is their armor made of? No one could answer metal. One thing was certain, though, it was way stronger than the blast padding clones had. Even Hell Squad would need more time to get up after being shot. Let's hope their helmets aren't as strong. Brain, Dab, time to do your trick. Ragu frowned when he saw that some of the Mandalorians were already flying around with their jetpacks and using 2 pistols and rockets against them. From time to time, one of them would fall, their visor broken by a blue laser. Even with Hell Squad's accuracy, it was difficult for them to hit moving targets straight in the middle of the head. If they were just a centimeter to the side, the Death Watch members would only be knocked down, but not permanently. They were tougher than they had anticipated. Still, no armor could resist a detonator to the face. If Brain just threw it at their feet, they would fly away. But, with Dab hitting them midair, the Mandalorians had no time to dodge. Suddenly, one of the Death Watch members tried to flank them by flying around the sides of the room. Unfortunately for him, Ragu was waiting. He gave the Mandalorian an unnoticeable pull with the Force, then ran towards him and stabbed forward. Dajir's vibroblade, however, only left a puny scratch on the red and black armor. The Mandalorian laughed and tried to shoot Ragu point-blank. One of his lasers flew by the Jedi's head, missing by millimeters, all thanks to his heightened senses. The man didn't get a chance to press the trigger again. Learning from his mistakes, Ragu found a part of the Mandalorian's left side that wasn't covered with armor and stabbed it in an upwards motion. Dying immediately, the Death Watch member lost control of his jetpack and crashed into two other criminals. If Pre-Vizsla had seen what Ragu did, he would have noticed something was wrong. After all, he had thought Jedis before, so he could recognize one if he paid attention. But he was more worried about Hell Squad. The group of 7 silent and lethal killers were taking down his top soldiers with scary efficiency. His eyes darted back and forth, but he still couldn't discover who they were. Satine would never resort to such lowly tactics as assassins, and his other enemies were all dead or hiding. That left only the Separatist or the Republic. Both hated him, especially the Republic. "Stop, retreat." Hearing their leader, the Mandalorians landed next to him, albeit reluctantly. Only then did they notice that almost 24 of their own were left on the ground, while the enemy hadn't had a single wound. That realization filled them with shock and then fear. "Hold your fire." Seeing that Death Watch had retreated, Ragu told Hell Squad to wait. He was curious as to what Vizsla would say. After all, his terrorist organization was feared by everyone on the planet, but this time they had hit a wall. While his troops needed just a second to aim and fire, Hell Squad seemed like their hands were guided by something. Not every shot was a kill, but every laser hit the target. If it wasn't for their famous Mandalorian armor, they would all be dead by now, including him. "Who sent you?" As angry as he was seeing so many of his high-ranking officers die, Vizsla was a man of logic. He knew that if he insisted on fighting, maybe he could escape, but not the others. And Death Watch wasn't just one person. Useless as they were, he needed the others. "It doesn't matter, we will give you one chance to surrender, Vizsla. If you don't, we won't hold back this time. As for the others, you can go, we are not after you." Only Ragu showed himself, while Hell Squad stood behind cover, aiming at Death Watch. Even after killing almost half of them, the Republic group was still outnumbered about 3-1. However, none of the Mandalorians found the Togruta's exigencies arrogant. He had the skill to back it up. Still, Pre-Vizsla wasn't scared so easily. His shaved head, scar, and the dark glint in his eyes remained Ragu of Dajir. "Death Watch isn't to be trifled with. I will admit you are stronger than us now, but to capture us, you will need a lot more people. Death Watch, scatter, back to base." Vizsla didn't hesitate for a single second to run. He was angry, and his natural arrogance made him want to kill his attackers, but he valued his life more than his pride. That, and also wanted to avoid the unwanted attention their battle was sure to attract. Dajir didn't wait anymore and aimed at Vizsla. Unfortunately, the criminal knew he would be targeted, so all Dajir managed to do was damage his jetpack when he turned around. Albeit smoking, Vizsla still managed to break a window and fly away. That was one of the advantages of the Mandalorian warriors. Their jetpacks allowed them to escape through the air, quickly getting out of range from Hell Squad. If they were to try and go out through the door, the clones would have dropped all of them in a few minutes. However, now, they only managed to kill 4 or 5 more Death Watch members. Ragu and Hell Squad were only frustrated for a few seconds before forgetting about it. Pre-Vizsla and the others were never their targets. From the start, they only planned on killing their 3 targets. Anyone else was just a bonus. "Check them quickly. We already wasted too much time here. The Mandalorian police will arrive soon." The troopers nodded and started taking off the Death Watch members' helmets. One of them was surprisingly still alive, although she was barely breathing. She had been lucky enough to avoid a laser, but crashed into the ground hard and broke her spine. Without a second thought, Dajir finished her off, while Ragu only stared conflicted, but said nothing. "I got Vizsla's cousin here. Killer is dead too. Brain turned over the last body and popped the helmet off with his feet, finding a blonde woman. Half of her face was burned, but she was still recognizable. I think that's Arda Espinil, General. We got them all. And a lot more. I see at least 2 other important Death Watch officers here. Ragu nodded and urged them to go. Barely 5 minutes after they left the building, they spotted several Mandalorians wearing the blue armor of the legitimate government flying towards it. There was no doubt they would receive a huge surprise when they get there. Capitulo 341, a favor for an old friend. Sitting on her throne, Satine Kryze looked at the hologram projections before her. It showed several different pieces of information, from numbers to texts, videos, and pictures. The most eye-catching were the ones of 27 Death Watch members dead on the floor. She frowned deeply, uneasy. Pre-Vizsla and his terrorist organization had many enemies, that's for sure, but none who could do that. Instinctively, her thoughts drifted towards the Jedi Order, but she dismissed them. Almost all the bodies had laser marks, and exceptionally accurate ones on top of that. Only 3 or 4 had been killed by a blade, but not a lightsaber. Still, a little voice inside her head told her the Republic had something to do with this. Having learned to trust the voice, she called an old acquaintance. General Kenobi was calmly meditating when his comlink bipped. At first, he ignored it, but when it continued to make noise, he used the Force to pull it over. When he saw who it was, he raised an eyebrow surprised and transferred it to his hologram projector. A beautiful woman, with blonde hair and a giant crown, appeared. She had an angry frown on her face, which eased a little when she saw him. Satine, to what do I owe the pleasure? It's good to see you too, Obi-Wan. I have something to ask, although I'm not sure you can answer it. Once again, the Jedi raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had spent years without talking to Satine, but their latest adventures had brought them closer together once more. Still, it wasn't quite normal for her to ask something out of the blue. What is it? The Mandalorian Queen quickly resumed everything that happened, and after that stared intensely at General Kenobi. He had a deep frown on his face, and she knew him well enough to understand the Jedi was organizing his thoughts. You know who they are, don't you? Are they Jedis? No, I didn't know of this until you told me, which means this mission was kept a secret even from the Jedi Council. Probably only Master Yoda and Master Windu know about it. And you said there weren't any casualties amongst those mysterious attackers, right? Yes, they wouldn't have had time to take away the bodies before my people arrived, which makes it all more impressive and scary. Who are they, Obi? General Kenobi was quiet for a few minutes and then sighed. He shouldn't tell her that, but instead deny any knowledge of it. However, he and Satine were very close friends and had been something else when they were younger. Satine, listen to me. You can't share this information with anyone, understood? The less you know about them, the better. As long as it doesn't affect the neutrality of Mandalore, I won't tell anyone, I swear. The Jedi nodded and transferred some files to her. They contained a few pictures and lines of text, barely enough to show the names of the clones. I can't be certain, but I only know one group of people in the entire Republic who can attack elite Mandalorian warriors and remain unscathed. How do you know they weren't injured? As much as I hate to admit it, Vizsla's lackeys are very skilled. They wouldn't go down without a fight. Besides, my spies tell me Vizsla himself was there. You experienced by yourself how dangerous he is. That's not the point, Satine. All I can tell you is that only Hell Squad could be behind that, unless this attack has nothing to do with the Republic, what I doubt. But you don't need to worry. When Dajir has a mission, he focuses solely on it. Your people won't be affected, only Death Watch. If their target is Pre-Vizsla, then congratulations, you just lost a big source of worry. The woman got angry at General Kenobi, thinking he was joking about a big problem of hers. However, when she paid attention, she discovered that his expression was dead serious. You aren't lying, are you? You really believe they can do that? Why? Because I know Hell Squad better than most. The only way to win against them is with numbers or a Force user. Death Watch has neither of those. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, General Kenobi managed to convince Satine not to dwell on the subject and halt the investigations about Hell Squad and Ragu. That would grant them an easier time leaving Mandalore. He was sure Ragu was with the troopers, although he didn't tell her that. One thing was a group of clones, while an entirely different one was a Jedi. Even with their relationship, he wouldn't have managed to control her anger if she got to know about it. He tried to resume his meditation, but his thoughts kept going back to what Satine told him. Usually, he wouldn't have cared much, since he couldn't possibly know about everything that happened in a war that spanned the entire galaxy. However, maybe because Mandalore held a special significance to him, he couldn't help but feel worried. This was too serious for General Yoda and General Windu to decide on their own, without consulting the Jedi Council. He felt like this, like many other things in the Clone Wars, had been done without their knowledge. Slowly but surely, the Jedi Order was losing control of the war. Or maybe they never had it to start with. What is our next step, General? What do you mean? We completed the mission, didn't we? But don't let this become personal, Tech. Pre-Vizsla was never our target, remember that. Hell Squad was back to their base, talking to Ragu. The Jedi was leaning against a wall, using the Force to make 3 helmets float around. Meanwhile, the clones were cleaning their weapons, sleeping, or eating. There was none of the discipline they should have shown, but they were in an unusual situation. Besides, it was only Ragu. Are you sure about that, sir? We could end a future problem right here, right now. The Togruta nodded, acknowledging what Dajir said. Still, he was set on his decision of leaving Mandalore. Better not to push our luck. It will take time to find Vizsla again, especially now that he is scared. No, we are leaving. The clones shrugged. It didn't really matter for them. Besides, covert missions like that weren't really their style. Hell Squad much preferred a real battlefield, where all your worries were on the enemy in front of you, and not if you were going to be stabbed in the back. Only 4 days later, they managed to leave Mandalorian unnoticed, hiding in a cargo ship directed towards Ascok. There, they received orders to meet the Padawan Caleb Doom on his cruiser, the Uncontested. Apparently, the soon-to-be Jedi would give them their new mission. Like any other Venator-class Star Destroyer, the Uncontested was armed to the teeth, so even if it was all by itself on the outer rim, no outlaw dared to attack it. Brain, Tech, Metal, go get our armors. They should have been loaded on the ship in Coruscant. Dab, 3-4, Cell, the routine. Dajir with me. Let's meet Doom. Understood. Yes, sir. Capitulo 342. Bad Memories, Old Friends. Caleb Doom was a young human male, with long brown hair, with several braids. He was just a few months away from completing his training and becoming a Jedi Knight. He was looking at the door curiously, waiting for Ragu. The Togruta was a mystery for him and those apprentices near his age. It was an unspoken agreement in the Jedi Order that newly promoted Jedis would interact with the Padawans and guide them. They would be responsible for helping the younglings mend their problems with their masters and similar predicaments. But Ragu never did any of that. If it wasn't for the fact that he was frequently mentioned by the older Jedis, few would know he even existed. And the way his master and even members of the Jedi Council respected him, even though he was a Padawan just under 2 years ago, created an even bigger picture of him in the minds of the Padawans. They were just children after all. Suddenly, the door to the command bridge opened, and Caleb straightened his back. He was surprised, however, to see Ragu. He had imagined the Togruta differently. Ragu's missing protuberance, and the several scars that adorned his face and arms, he wasn't wearing the usual Jedi robes, made him look more like a criminal than actual outlaws Caleb had seen before. Even though he had a slight smile on his face, he was exuding a dangerous and commanding air. The force around him was calm as a still lake, but beneath it was something just waiting to appear. The clone next to him wasn't any less impressive. Even if the Padawan ignored the scar that covered the entire right half of his face, he easily caught his attention. Especially the markings on his armor. They were a clear sign of how many battles he had gone through. The old colors of the 303rd Attack Legion reminded Caleb of what his master had told him, that Ragu's legion had all perished in Ryloth, aside from a few, Hell Squad included. Young Caleb, how are you? General Doom. He quickly returned the greetings from the 2 men. Ragu was just 3 years older than him, but he was much more experienced. As for Dajir, there was no need to say anything. After saluting the Padawan, the commander turned to the clone next to him, who had faint red paint on his armor, and grinned while grabbing his wrist in a greeting. Still fighting Gray. Always Dajir, Brain and the others. Alive and kicking and with a few new trophies. Haha. Ragu also greeted Gray enthusiastically, like they were old friends, which once again prompted Caleb's curiosity. You know each other. Yeah, kiddo, I saved Gray's life back at the first battle of Genosis when a bug was about to grab him. He paid back the favor at the second battle of Dantooine. He was part of the 184th at that time. Like all Padawans, Caleb flinched when Dajir called him a kid, but decided to ignore it. It was very clear he was different from normal clones, and the way Ragu treated him was proof of that. All right, Dajir, leave the stories for later. Caleb, what do you have for us? My master was occupied with a mission Master Yoda gave her, so she sent me, Master Ragu, to support Commander Dajir. Both Ragu and Clone got a bad feeling at the same time, and any sign of a grin disappeared from their faces. Gray also became serious. Ragu knew Jedi Master Depabalaba, Caleb's master, well. She was already a member of the Jedi Council when he was just a Padawan. It made sense she would send her apprentice in her place, since he was almost a fully fledged Jedi already, but why would he assist Dajir and not him? Explain. Well, Master said the Jedi Council think it isn't advisable that you take part in this mission, because your emotional connections to it are too strong. They want you to return to Coruscant, while Hell Squad and Commander Dajir will be left in command. Truth be told, Caleb wasn't happy with his master's arrangement. He knew Jedis shouldn't be arrogant, but it was difficult not to think that he, as a Force user, was best suited to be in command than a normal person. However, when he complained, all she said was that he would understand with time. Stop beating around the bush, Padawan. What is the mission? Having spent so much time with clones, Ragu wasn't used to small talk. Caleb shrugged inwardly. He had been hesitating because of the rumors he heard, that's all. Commander Dajir is to, with our assistance, go to Ryloth where? The apprentice was suddenly interrupted by a loud noise, which scared him. All eyes turned to Dajir to find that the commander was trembling, his scar burning red. He had punched the hologram table, cracking it. Most of the people on the command bridge were shocked. Caleb, because he had never seen a clone lose his calm, whatsoever demonstrate such blatant anger. The clones, because they knew of the discipline ingrained in their genetic code. Few dared to even interrupt their superiors. Only Ragu wasn't surprised, because he was going through something similar. He wasn't as expressive as Dajir, but a wave of sadness and disgust washed over him. Dajir. The commander ignored his general, one of the few times he had done that, and turned around, leaving the command bridge. There was too much going through his mind right now. This, what? Caleb was left confused, uncertain of what had happened. He could feel the disturbance in the force around Ragu as if he was losing control of it. But when the Jedi turned to him, he was expressionless, his eyes ice cold. Gray, go after Dajir and bring him here after he cooled his head. Don't let him talk to Hell Squad yet. He will understand, he just needs a minute. As for you, Padawan Caleb, leave for now. I need to talk to the Jedi Council. But... You heard me. Ask Gray to explain it to you later. Bewildered, Caleb walked out, followed by Gray. Even though he was being kicked out of his own command bridge, in his own cruiser, there was something in the Togruta's voice that left no room for argument. Ragu waited patiently, his eyes closed, for Dajir. When his old friend came back, he tried to apologize. His behavior wasn't one a soldier, and a clone, on top of that, should have, but the Togruta stopped him. If anyone understood Dajir, it was him. Why now, General? I don't know, but this time the council will have to give me some real answers. As they were talking, a hologram of 24 Jedis sitting in a circle appeared. Some of them were at the Jedi Temple, while others were on battlefields around the galaxy. The Jedi Council. Call us, why did you? To clear some doubts about the task, the Padawan Caleb Doom gave us, Master Yoda. Us? Didn't my Padawan tell you that you are to return to Coruscant, Master Ragu? A human, who Dajir assumed was General Balaba, frowned when she heard the Togruta. Meanwhile, General Kenobi, General Plo Koon, General Kayati Mundi, General Windu, and General Yoda all had their gazes fixed on Dajir. It was unheard of a clone partaking in a Jedi Council meeting, and they could feel his anger, which was very inappropriate. He did, but I want to hear it from you. Why us? Why Hell Squad? This isn't a simple matter, Master Ragu. The death of my master in Ryloth also wasn't. Why now? Capitulo 343. Old Memories, Bad Friends. Caleb and Gray waited outside the command bridge, the Padawan waddling around anxiously, and the clone surprisingly calm. Gray looked at the soon-to-be Jedi and sighed. He hadn't known him for a long time, but it didn't take much to understand what was going through his mind. Dajir's behavior was wrong, General, but he has his reasons. General Ragu also do, but he is better at controlling himself. There is something more to this story, isn't there? It wasn't simply a lost battle. Gray shook his head. As a clone, he hated to talk about what happened in Ryloth, but he figured that if the Padawan was going to lead them there, it was only fair that he knew about it. What do you know about it, General? What have you been told? Master Dai and his troops, the 303rd Attack Legion, stood behind to protect the Twi'lek refugees while they escaped. Master Ragu was just a Padawan at the time and managed to survive. I wish it was so simple. What do you mean? Now Caleb was looking at him curiously. He had never paid too much attention to this story, but it seemed that there was more to it than he was told. Days before the Seppies reached Ryloth, the 303rd had already received the mission of protecting it. It was suicide, and they all knew it. After their fleet was destroyed, General Dai organized the resistance on the ground together with Cam Syndulla, the Twi'lek fighter. The one we are supposed to meet. Yeah, I don't know the details. Few survived that battle, and now only Hell Squad is left of the 303rd. They don't talk about it, it's taboo for them. But I know that General Dai wasn't protecting refugees, or at least not only. Syndulla and his rebels had sworn to fight by our side, and they did for some time. But when losses became too great, they ran. General Dai knew that if they escaped too, they would all end up dead, so he stayed behind. And you know what Syndulla did, a few days after the 303rd was annihilated. The Padawan shook his head, focused on the story. He knew Gray was leaving out many details, but what he said was enough to make him think that maybe Dajir had a reason to lose his cool. He blamed General Ragu, Dajir, and the Republic for their loss. He called them cowards when 30,000 of my brothers had died. And then he led his people to a massacre, wasting all the sacrifices Dajir and the others made. And now they have to go back. Ryloth is under the separatist threat once again, Ragu. Cam Syndulla specifically asked that you and Hell Squad be sent to help. However, Bika. General Kenobi was interrupted by Dajir when the commander snorted, a disgusted expression on his face. Several of the Jedis frowned, especially the ones who didn't know him. He was just a clone who shouldn't even be present in such a meeting. On top of that, Ragu didn't make any effort to stop him. Do you have anything to say, Commander Dajir? General Balaba wasn't happy from the start, both because her Padawan would be under the command of a clone, and also because Dajir and Ragu hadn't even let Caleb explain what their mission would be. Dajir looked at Ragu with the corner of his eyes, and, when he saw his general nod slightly, stepped forward. With all due respect, generals, Syndulla is a coward and a liar. He doesn't deserve the trust and respect you give him. He certainly doesn't deserve ours. Maybe, but that isn't for you to decide, Commander. We will ask your opinion when we see fit, understood? No, ma'am. The general is too attached to the Jedi's ways to say it, but I'm just a clone, so I have no qualms. You weren't there. We were. Commander, that is insubordination. Master Ragu, how can you let? Dajir is a person, not an astromech, Master Kohler. I don't control him. Besides, he is speaking the truth. Go on, Dajir. Most of the Jedi Council was left speechless by Ragu taking the clone's side. The few that knew the Togruta well sighed sadly. It was impossible to know what was going through his heart, but he was walking a dangerous path, one of anger and rage. We went to Ryloth prepared to die, generals. I have no problems with that, but Syndulla left us behind once, and he will do it again if it's good for him. He doesn't think for the Twi'leks or Ryloth. He thinks for himself and himself only. All the Jedis went quiet, thinking about what Dajir said. They could feel that he believed everything he was saying. Right could be you, Commander. Ask for help Sindola has, however. Answer his plea we must. The clone only nodded. While he felt like most Jedis had no idea of what war was like, although he would never say that out loud, General Yoda was one of the few he respected from the depths of his heart. It was rumored he was almost 1,000 years old and had seen the old Republic rise and fall. And if there was one thing clones respected, it was experience, of which the green being had plenty. Dajir might be harsh on his words, counsel, but nothing of what he said is wrong. But if it is your wish that they go to Ryloth, I will follow them. You have too much attachment for that planet, Master Ragu. I don't think it is a good idea that you go. The Togruta looked at General Kyadimundi, understanding why he said so. Still, he wouldn't back down so easily. If I run from my past, I will never have peace of heart, Master Kyadi. But if your worry is whether or not I will be able to control my emotions, fret not. This war is horrible, but it taught me how to maintain my calm under any circumstance. He looked resolute at the Jedi Council, not forgetting to add to himself that if needed, Hell Squad would help him. Deep down, he trusted them more than his fellow Jedis, although he wasn't aware of that. After a long time of discussion, the Jedi Council finally agreed to let Ragu go too. The news wasn't well received by Hell Squad, but when Dajir told them that the Jedi would be with them, they stopped complaining. They would follow their general anywhere, even to the place where they lost everything. 3 days later, the uncontested landed near Nabat. As the troops disembarked and vehicles and supplies were unloaded, a small group of Twi'leks went to greet them. Dajir didn't know most of the people, presumably politicians that had run when Ryloth was attacked the first time, but 2 faces amongst the others were familiar: Sindola and Gobi. Capitulo 344, back to Ryloth. Both Sindola and Gobi had a complicated expression on their faces. After everything they had gone through together with the 303rd Attack Legion, they were well aware of their shamelessness in asking for help once again. But just like they couldn't save their planet by themselves before, they couldn't do so now. The many politicians that formed the delegation with them were governors, mayors, and such. They were all smiling, greeting the 2 Jedis while ignoring the clones. They also kept some distance from the 2 freedom fighters, which only almost made Dajir pity Sindola. It was apparent that even after everything he had done and all the mistakes, he didn't receive the recognition he thought he deserved. The politicians' smiles slowly faded away when Dajir and Ragu passed by them without even looking at them. Caleb nodded at them as a greeting, but since Ragu was the one in command, didn't do much else. The 4 men stared at each other for a long time, none saying anything. Sindola and Gobi felt guilt and shame, while Dajir felt anger, pain, and disgust. Only Ragu was calm, his emotions unchanged. He had thought he would feel anger or sadness, but there was nothing. The first to open his mouth was Cam Sindola, but before the Twi'lek could say anything, Dajir punched him. Stumbling, Sindola walked back a few steps under the startled gazes of the others. Surprisingly enough, he, Gobi, and Ragu weren't the least shocked. They had all seen it coming. "Commander Dajir, what are you doing?" "Quiet, Caleb, this is between us. Go entertain the other Twi'leks. We will be with you shortly. Gray, mount camp." "Roger that, General." The Togruta had 2 reasons for sending them away. The first was that he didn't want to deal with politics now. The second was that the conversation between the 4 of them was a personal matter that no others needed to see. Albeit hesitating, the Padawan obeyed, while Gray pressed Dajir's shoulder quickly. It was his way of telling his brother to control himself. "Commander Dajir, Master Ragu, no apology I make would be enough." "Ragu won't be the one talking to you, Sindola. He is better than that." The freedom fighter shut up but still stared straight into Dajir's eyes. The clone's anger was palpable. The Togruta, on the other hand, stepped back. He had already agreed to let Dajir talk on the condition that he wouldn't kill the Twi'lek. He knew Dajir was inclined to do that. After all, Sindola's actions were too much. "We don't blame you for the deaths of General Dai, Commander Keeley, and my brothers. That was our choice. Our job. There isn't a day I don't wish I had died here with them." Sindola shrunk, aware that Dajir wasn't exaggerating. He had seen for himself how strong the feelings between clones were. But Maiwi, Yate, and even Tram and T, their blood is on your hands. You wasted everything the Republic gave you, the time we bought with 30,000 lives. They were my friends long before you knew them, Dajir. T was my son. And you led them to a massacre, all because of your arrogance and blindness. Is it possible that you couldn't see you were wrong, that you still are? Sindola was trembling. Whether it was of shame or rage, probably even he didn't know. As for Dajir, he was already tired of it. He never was one to make long speeches. The only reason he talked so much now was because he could sense that deep down, Sindola still thought everything was the Republic's fault. But here he was, asking for help again. I don't know why you asked for Hell Squad and the General, Sindola, but we will do our job, like we always do. Ryloth is too important for us to let it fall into separatist hands again. Just know that you aren't worthy of the trust your people put in you. You betrayed them once, and you will be the cause of their demise again. The freedom fighter didn't argue. It was clear by his expression that he only agreed to some of what Dajir said, but he decided to keep quiet. It was already good enough that the commander didn't kill him. Unwilling to stare at Sindola any longer, Dajir shook hands with Gobi. He understood why the Twi'lek insisted on following Sindola, and he respected it, although the trust was misplaced, and turned around. Ragu looked at the two Twi'leks for a while longer and sighed. My master died to protect Ryloth, Cam. So did my entire legion, Commander Keeley, and Admiral Dow. Yate and Maiwi, and countless freedom fighters, sacrificed themselves for their home. Don't let your arrogance blind you to what they left. Gobi, I am counting on you to put him on the right track. The blue Twi'lek nodded and put an arm over his friend's shoulders. A sad, defeated grin appeared on Sindola's face. Believe it or not, Master Ragu, I learned my lesson. That's why I asked for you, because I know only you and Dajir will fight for my planet as hard as I will, and I promise I will do my best to everything. I know you will. Tell your old people we would like to see them, the ones who were with us back then. Hell Squad and I still got many friends there. I will. The Togruta nodded slowly and reached Hell Squad, who was waiting for him some distance away. They all looked at Sindola with hostility, but Ragu had already told them to drop the matter, and so they did. The meeting that followed the Republic's troops' arrival was lengthy and drawn out. At the start, the Twi'lek politicians insisted on making demands and showing how badly they needed assistance in a process Ragu knew all too well. Again, what mattered for them the most wasn't their people, but their money and status. Eventually, he got bored of it. Ryloth was too important to him to waste time thinking about their interests. He gestured for Dajir to step forward and take off his helmet. His anger still hadn't subsided, and it was enough to scare the Twi'leks into shutting up. The Sepis took over Nabat and half of the southern hemisphere. For now, the 91st was able to hold them back, entering a stalemate. We are here to change that. The plan is simple. Gray and General Doom, you reinforce the 91st and Neo. Meanwhile, Hell Squad and General Ragu will retake Nabat. Just you. We already took Nabat once before, we can do it again. Besides, the freedom fighters will be with us. Remember, Sindola, we are in charge. Got it. The Twi'lek nodded. Obviously, the plan wasn't as simple as Dajir put it, but Hell Squad had never been good with following the plan. They tended to improvise along the way. Another reason was that they didn't know how much they could trust the Twi'leks present. The only two they knew would never betray them were Gobi and Sindola. Having said his piece, Dajir stepped back and looked at Ragu while putting on his helmet. In the end, all decisions laid on the Jedi's hands. Of course, he rarely disagreed with the commander. You heard Dajir. Caleb, this will be your final battle as a Padawan. Consider it a test, but remember that while victory is important, you have to consider the costs. The human nodded, although he was fully aware Ragu wasn't talking to him, but sending a message to Sindola. Still, he promised to make his best. All right, Gobi, lead us to the freedom fighters. Hell Squad, let's go. Capitulo 345, Death of the Republic. Mr. Dajir, you are back. A childish voice greeted Hell Squad as soon as they followed Gobi into the cave where the freedom fighters were assembling. Of course, after the first battle of Ryloth was over, they all returned to their homes and their families. But since they were needed once again, what better place to group up than their old hideout? The kid who was calling the clones so excitedly was obviously Shouta, Gobi's daughter. She, like any child, was very quick to accept the clones when they first met. The stories they told about the war, albeit short and toned down, were enough to entertain the Twi'lek children, and were a good distraction from the terrible weeks they faced after the 303rd Fleet was destroyed, and before their annihilation. It was difficult not to like the little one, and even Dajir couldn't help but smile at her. He knelt down to pat her head. "How are you doing, Shouta? Taking care of your father and mother for us, as we asked. You didn't let them get in trouble, did you? Haha." If any other clones were watching them, they would have been shocked by how kindly Dajir was behaving. That was very unlike him. They're very, very good. Yep. Hahaha, that's great. Go say hi to the general and the others now. I have to talk with the adults. Go, go. The small Twi'lek giggled and ran towards Ragu, who made her levitate upside down. Meanwhile, Hell Squad was busy greeting the freedom fighters they knew. Many had lost their lives during Cinderella's stupid attack, and others were trapped in separatist-controlled area, but there were still over 2,000 of them there. Too few to take over Nabet using the orthodox way, but Hell Squad never planned to follow that route. Master Ragu Dajir, it's good to see you again. Brain, Tech, 3-4, Metal, Cell, and Dab the same. One of the first to go see them was Shouta's mother, Iva. Using the usual Twi'lek greeting, putting 2 fingers in her forehead, then bowing, she smiled at them. They mimicked her unconsciously, having grown used to it. Weird as it may sound, the freedom fighters were the closest thing to a family Hell Squad had after their own brothers. That was a bond created by months of fighting and dying side by side, and difficult to undo. The only one they didn't like, in fact, almost hated, was Cinderella. The Twi'lek in question was leaning into a wall at the back of the cave, a dark but relieved expression on his face. News of him being punched by Dajir, or what the clone said, had yet to reach the ears of his people. He knew he had to be thankful to Ragu for that. After a few more minutes, Ragu caught everyone's attention. Kids and civilians were sent back home, leaving only those who would really fight there. "We are here because Hell Squad, and I know better than any other Republic soldier what we have to do to free Ryloth. We've done it before, and we will do it again. But not alone. Freedom fighters, you fought with us before, and you are here because you are willing to do it again. We won't let you down." There wasn't much to say. Ragu nodded to Cinderella before jumping down from the rock he had climbed. He didn't need to make speeches or anything of the like. He knew the hearts and minds of the Twi'leks were with them. "You heard Master Ragu, my people. Let's take back our planet and free our home once and for all." Dozens of light years away, on the capital planet of the Republic, Coruscant, a very common scene was unfolding, but in horrible circumstances. The body of a clone trooper, shot twice on the chest, was being carried away. Near him were Captain Rex, Commander Fox, and several members of the Coruscant Guard. If Hell Squad was there, they would recognize their dead brother as ARC Trooper CT-555, or Fives. Even if Coruscant wasn't a battleground, a clone dying to smugglers, criminals, and mercenaries was normal. However, Fives had died not by the hands of an outlaw, but Commander Fox's, his own brother. For Commander Fox and the others, Fives had gone crazy after his best friend, Echo, died, and one of the members of his legion went insane and killed a Jedi. According to Chancellor Palpatine's specialists, it was due to a parasite. Since no one was there to contradict him, his version of the story was accepted. The only one who still had some doubts was Captain Rex, with whom Fives had spoken shortly before he died. The truth was quickly hidden, and the news about it suppressed. No one would know what Fives actually discovered, and why he had been deemed a traitor, until it was too late. "It's done, my lord." Did he manage to tell anyone about the inhibitor chip before he died? "No, my lord." Good, the end is approaching. Soon, the pathetic Galactic Republic will fall, and a new empire arises. Kakakaka. News of Fives' death only reached Hell Squad months later. As for the circumstances of it, they would never know. But now, as Fives' body was being taken away, Dajir and his men were worried about something else. Namely, the enormous separatist army guarding Nabet. How are we supposed to get past that? Thousands and thousands of droids stood in formation outside the giant city. Differently from living beings, they could just stand in the same position for days, recharging now and again on their small camps. The clankers surrounded the entire city and the abyss around it. There was no doubt that there were even more of them inside. As for the Ray Bridge, it was deactivated at all times, unless a very well-guarded convoy was going through it. On a hill about 7 kilometers away, Hell Squad and Ragu watched through macrobinoculars as the Seppies marched around. This time, the Separatists weren't taking any chances. "We won't be able to repeat the trick from last time, sir. Even if we get past them, I bet they have patrols on the abyss, so we can't slide through it." "Yeah, any ideas, General?" Ragu frowned, then shook his head. "Nothing. If we had 20,000 of Caleb's troops with us, maybe we could push through them, and then do as you did last time and zipline through the abyss. But we don't have them. They are all with Neo and the 91st. "I know, The Togruta looked at the convoy leaving Nabat, and an idea started to get shape in his mind, based on something General Windu once did. But he needed more time to let it grow. Getting up, he patted his robe to get rid of the dust, and gestured for Hell Squad to follow him. "Come on, there is nothing more we can do here today. Let's see if our Twi'lek friends have some secret tunnel we can use." Capítulo 346, Guerrilla. The Twi'leks didn't have any secret tunnel to Nabat. The only way in and out of the city was through the Ray Bridge, or, if one was crazy enough, through the abyss. Neither of them were available to the Republic forces. Knowing that, Ragu had decided to adopt the same tactics the 303rd did back then. They knew Ryloth better than any other planet. With their experience and the freedom fighters' knowledge, they knew every possible ambush site, supply routes, everything. They would give the Separatist one hell of a time. The disadvantage of using guerrilla tactics was clear, however. It would take a long time, and the smallest mistake could result in their deaths. But there was no hesitation on their part. Be it for Ryloth, the Republic, or simply their orders, Hell Squad didn't care about dying. Looking at the 7 clones, and the Jedi, discussing seriously with Gobi and some other freedom fighters, Syndulla remembered a talk he had with his right-hand man just after the Republic had won the first battle of Ryloth. Gobi had approached him right after they watched Hell Squad embark in a Republic cruiser. He was still limping from a wound he had received during the conquest of Lesu. "What are you thinking, Cam?" The freedom fighter leader looked at his oldest friend and sighed. It was only now that he was starting to question himself. "Was I wrong, Gobi? I did everything I thought was right for our people, but I only thought of us. I never considered the clones. Look at them. I thought they were like machines, but they aren't. They are people just like us, and they gave everything for us who they didn't even know. So, was I wrong?" The blue-skinned Twi'lek looked at him, conflicted. He knew what Syndulla wanted to hear, but he wasn't sure if he should say it. In the end, he decided lies would only make it worse. "You were, Cam. We all knew. You knew. The Republic may have abandoned us, but the clones never did. They fought and died for us and with us. We all understand you were just trying to protect us, but, yeah, you were wrong." Syndulla said nothing for a long time. He wasn't shocked, shaken, or even surprised. He knew it all along, he just needed somebody to tell him that. But it was too late now. Why did they keep fighting? Why did they refuse to yield, even when we left them? His eyes were fixed on the cruiser leaving the atmosphere. Gobi followed his gaze, sighing. Because they made an oath. Because sometimes whether you live or die isn't the important part, but how do you choose to do so? Because, to them, some things are more important than their own lives. Syndulla had never forgotten that conversation. He had just pushed it to the back of his mind, saying to himself that now it was over and there was nothing he could do. But 2 years later, the Separatist attacked again, and it all came back. Dajir had said he didn't blame him for all the clones who died, but he blamed himself. Maybe, if he had done things differently, if he hadn't been so angry at everyone and everything, if he had simply listened, instead of thinking he knew better than everyone else. He slowly walked towards the group. Dajir and the clones, and even his own people, just glanced at him before turning back to the hologram map. "We can't attack head-on, so we are going to have to take them apart, clanker by clanker. Tonight, Hell Squad will start provoking them. Knowing the mindset of a tactical droid, they will only be able to withstand it for a few days before making a retaliation strike to any small town they think may be helping us. We have to make a big move before they do that, as to not implicate civilians. Ragu was explaining his ideas to the people around the hologram seriously. He had used the Force to feel their intentions, and although he couldn't read their minds, he was fairly sure there weren't any traitors this time. Still, he wasn't giving any specific intel. Better safe than sorry. What are you thinking, Master Jedi? 3 or 4 days from now, we will ambush one of their convoys. There are always 2 or there of them entering or leaving the city each day. However, we will have to fake a mistake and let the convoy escape. From there, we will simulate a chase with a small group of freedom fighters until we are in sight Nabat. The tactical Seppi will think we are just a small and unprepared group and send a large force to crush us, but we will be waiting somewhere to ambush them. If everything goes well, we might be able to take out 3,000 or 4,000 of them at once. Several heads nodded, including Hell Squads. They weren't new to this kind of plan. However, there was a problem. Are you sure you want freedom fighters to be the ones to draw them out, General? If they aren't careful, they might be wiped out. It wouldn't have made any difference if Dajir had directly said he didn't think the Twi'leks were skilled enough for this job. Being who he was, the commander rarely held back in his comments. He thought it was better for someone to be offended than dead for not living up to what was required of them. However, none of the freedom fighters complained, even after Dajir's rudeness. They knew that not even 50 of them were equivalent to him, at least in experience and skill. The Togruta grinned slightly. Exactly because of that, I want them to do it, Dajir. Every tactical droid has intel about Hell Squad, even if it just says you are dangerous. If they spot any of you, they will know something is wrong. But they don't consider the Twi'leks a threat. The Separatist will think they are just stupid and reckless. We will prove that is a terrible mistake. This time, all the freedom fighters smiled excitedly. With just a few words, Ragu had changed their position from the bottom to someone who could make a difference. It will still be dangerous, however. You will be too few to resist even for a minute if the major separatist force catches up to you. In this case, slowing down by any reason is the same as death. All the freedom fighters nodded thoughtfully, but none said anything. It was a lot of responsibility for one person to take. I will lead it. Without any expression on his face, Syndulla stepped forward. He was the obvious choice. He was the leader of the Twi'leks and a skilled combatant. Ragu stared at him for a few seconds, and then nodded. He could feel that Dajir and his brothers had something against, they always would, as long as Syndulla was involved, but the clones said nothing. It's decided then. We will all be depending on you, Syndulla. Capitulo 347, Killers in the Night. Deep in the night, 7 shadows crawled towards the separatist army outside Nabat. They were none other than Hell Squad. Agile and silent, they slipped past all the defensive measures the clankers had set up. After all, they were meant to stop an army, not a squad, especially one such as Dajir's unit. Without any trouble, they reached the base of the wall that encircled the enemy camp. Suddenly, Dab made a gesture with his hand, making them all stop where they were. He had spotted something. Surely enough, a few seconds later, a patrol passed above their heads. Luckily for them, the Seppis were so confident on their defenses that even the droids weren't paying that much attention, but mumbling to each other. After the patrol was gone, Dajir, Brain, and Tech launched their cables and started climbing. Their first target was the patrol that just passed. Hanging on the outer side of the wall, they waited for them to come back. BZZZ, what is that? Looks like BZZZ, someone climbed the wall. Oh, we should call this in, BZZZ. Roger Rog, yes. Before the B1 unit could finish, a hand clad in white armor appeared over the railing and pulled him. The fall was enough to break its joints, and 2 other clankers suffered the same fate. Dajir winced at the noise they made when crashing, but didn't stop moving. Pulling himself up, he kicked the nearest clanker and swung his vibroblade. The weapon decapitated the 2 droids that were still standing, and then he swirled it before stabbing the one he had kicked. With the patrol gone, the others climbed up too, and then threw the cables to the other side of the wall before sliding down. Now, they were inside the enemy camp, all by themselves. Ragu looked at Nabat from over 10 kilometers away and frowned deeply. He wasn't worried about Hell's Squad because he knew they would escape unscathed. What perturbed him was the future. Lately, there had been too much happening and too many instances where the force was troubled. He had a feeling something big and bad was about to happen. That feeling was born a long time ago, but it was getting stronger each day. He felt like there was a blade hanging above his head, and he could do nothing to avoid it. Something in the galaxy was about to change forever. Do you care to share why you are troubled, Master Ragu? He turned around to see Iva and Gobi looking at him. The one who had spoken was her. The young Jedi sighed and looked at the distant stars in the night sky. They seemed so close and yet so far. I don't know, maybe it's this war. It should never have happened. But I don't think it's just that. Forget it. Maybe I'm just too worried for my own good. The couple exchanged glances, both with a glint of sadness and worry on their gazes. Are you sure the reason you are worried, aren't they? Maybe you should have gone too. With Hell Squad? No, I would only bother them. There are some things that even Jedis can't do as well as clones. Neither of the Twi'leks were too surprised by Ragu's answer. They had seen Hell Squad in action before and considered the 7 soldiers almost invincible. There was this one time in Karlak where we were surrounded by almost 2,000 separatist troops, a mix between clankers and humans from the CIS. We only had 600 of our own. I was wounded and unconscious, so Dajir took over. He and Hell Squad went out in the middle of the night, much like they did today. There was a proud smile on the Jedi's face as he spoke. The next morning, they were already back. I woke up to find the Seppas in panic. We seized the chance to carve a path through them and escape. I was surprised to see that they didn't come after us. Only then Dajir told me about their little covert mission. The Togruta couldn't hide his astonishment as Gobi and Iva listened quietly. They weren't interested so much in the story as they were in Ragu. They felt the young Jedi only wanted to talk, no matter about what. They pitied him. So young and so many responsibilities on his shoulders. They had killed 37 droids and 18 CIS soldiers unnoticed. Plus, all their targets were commanders and officers, from their leader to sergeants. Without their chain of command, they couldn't organize themselves. Dajir and the others single-handedly saved all of us. You will see. Tomorrow, the separatists are gonna be in disarray. Much like how Ragu said, Dajir and his brothers were now searching for enemy leaders. Of course, they didn't let any chance to kill a droid slip. When the clankers were in a big group, they would hide, but when they were few, Hell Squad silently destroyed them. This time, their objective was to create fear and panic. Even droids would get uneasy if they didn't know when they could die, so they didn't care about leaving bodies behind. Signaling his unit to stop, Dajir looked over a deactivated dwarf spider droid. A huge metal building, which he recognized as a command center, was just near them. The problem was that there were a few dozen meters of empty ground between their position and the building, patrolled by several B-1s and B-2s. The commander frowned under his helmet before gesturing for Hell Squad to go back. Then, he pointed at Brain, Dab, and himself, and to their left. After that, he gestured to the remaining 3 and pointed to the right. They nodded, showing they understood. Silently, Hell Squad split up and went around the camp. Dajir and the other 2 stepped lightly until they were right behind a patrol and then sprung into action. The commander had his vibroblade, while Dab and Brain used vibroknives. They didn't usually carry it around with them, preferring to leave it in their quarters, but this kind of mission asked for it. The 5B1 units barely had time to notice something was wrong before Dajir beheaded one of them. Dab pierced the side of another clanker, making it fall, and proceeded to stab a second one on the head. Brain performed a very similar motion. Meanwhile, Dajir cut down the B-2 super battle droid that led the patrol by destroying its core processor in a single move. Without saying a word, they continued on, repeating their actions 3 more times before they finally managed to reach the command center. They waited patiently for the others to arrive, before Dajir gestured to Tech to open the door. The moment the door opened, Dajir barged inside and thrust his vibroblade into a B-2 unit, before kicking it and making it fall on top of 2 B-1s. Then, he spun his weapon, cutting open the chest of a clanker. He was followed closely by his squad. who either used their vibroknives to finish off the remaining Seppes or used their blasters to break their necks. The poor droid captain inside, seeing his guards and officers being slaughtered, tried to reach for the alarm, but Metal grabbed his head and smashed it on the control panel before twisting. Lifeless, the body fell to the ground. Capitulo 348, A Terrible Dawn. In Coruscant, a human female furrowed her eyebrows tightly. She knew the Force had been turbulent these past few years, but now there were ginormous waves appearing randomly. That made General Balaba worry. After a long time of hesitation, she turned on her hologram projector and called her Padawan. Soon, Caleb Doom appeared. Master. Caleb, I want you to return to Coruscant. Something is wrong, and I want you by my side. What about Rylas? Master Ragu will take over your troops. He is a veteran, you can leave it to him. The Padawan only nodded. He too, like all Jedis, had felt the disturbances in the Force, so he wasn't surprised by his master's orders. After informing Ragu, he took a ship to Coruscant. Back at the Separatist command center outside Nabet, Hell Squad had just finished cleaning up all the droids. Dajir kicked one of them aside and started to set up thermal detonators. What is our next step, sir? Now that they were isolated inside the command center, they could talk without worrying about being uncovered. Dajir threw his detonators to Tech, and, while he and Brain planted the bombs, turned on his comlink. General, we are inside the command center. Do you have special orders, or can we proceed as we see fit? You are free to do whatever you want, Dajir. The more chaos, the better. Oh, and another thing. Caleb was called back by Master Depa, but Gray and the others are still here. Got it. The clone only nodded, before turning off his comlink. The less they talked, smaller the chances the transmission would be intercepted. Charges in place, Commander. All right. General's orders are to cause as much damage as we can. We will blow this place up when we are some distance away. The clankers will all come here, so we explode something else on the other side of the camp. After that, we leave. They all acknowledged his words quietly and went out. After making sure no droid was looking at them, they slipped back into the shadows. They had yet to walk 10 meters when a group of Seppes appeared out of nowhere. The droideka and 5B1 units that accompanied it were more surprised than Hell Squad. Without wasting a second, Dajir went straight for the most dangerous target, the rolling ball of death. He jumped on top of it and tried to cut its head off with his vibroblade. The droid, however, stumbled backwards, making Dajir lose balance and fall. Still, a nasty cut was left on the droideka, sending sparks flying. At the same time, his brothers had attacked the other 5 tin cans, killing them almost immediately. Both 3-4 and Cell threw their vibroknives at the droideka, managing to blind it and buying time for Dajir to get up. However, even with its sensors destroyed, the clanker fired its twin laser cannons, breaking the night silence. Damn it, kill that thing. There was no need for caution anymore, so Hell Squad pulled out their blasters and obliterated the droideka. Let's go before they come after us, go go. Even as Dajir said that, droids were already appearing from their recharge stations. He pressed the trigger twice, killing 2B1 units right in front of them and stepped over their bodies. Behind him, Hell Squad was also spitting lasers out of their blasters, taking down the Seppes before they had the chance to react. Dajir, I see a lot of lasers flying over there. Are you in trouble? We met a destroyer, General. I wasn't expecting it. Now the whole nest woke up. Brain, droid poppers. Talking to Ragu and giving orders at the same time, the commander cut off a B2's right leg and used his blaster pistol to finish it. He heard the sound of electricity bursting out and knew Brain had thrown his toys. Tech, blow the command center, now. That was a big explosion. All right, go to the entry point, Dajir. I will meet you there. Roger that, sir. Come on, move. A laser scratched Dajir's torso, and he returned fire, killing the clanker. Swirling his weapon, he stabbed a B1 unit and lifted it, using it as a shield. Each laser he fired found its target, and the same held true for the rest of Hell Squad. Soon, they reached the same point of the wall where they had entered through earlier. The cables were still there, but they ignored them. They would be easy targets and used the stairs. It might seem like they were lucky to get there unharmed after all the noise they had made, but the truth was that they faced little to no resistance. Everything, from the moment they left the freedom fighters until now, had been carefully planned. Any eventuality, such as being discovered, had been covered. "Jump, I will slow you down." A voice called from under them, and, without any hesitation, the members of Hell's Squad jumped over the wall, to the ground 20 meters below. Dajir threw his last few thermal detonators and emptied his magazine on the incoming droids, before following his brothers and jumping. "Jump, I will slow you down." Ragu had barely finished speaking when he saw Metal, Dab, and 3-4 plummet down. Using the Force, he created some sort of invisible, but soft, wall to cushion their fall. No sooner than they touched the ground, Brain, Cell, and Tech also jumped, soon followed by Dajir. Using one hand to slow down the commander, Ragu stretched the other towards a group of droids running through the railings and firing at them. With a pull, they were sent flying. Needless to say, there was no supernatural force to save them. Hell Squad fired upwards, making the clankers duck to avoid their lasers, and ran back. Ragu followed suit, smiling. The operation was a success. "How is it, Dab?" The sniper was laying low, looking at the droid camp through the scope of his DC-15X. Even without his macrobinoculars, Dajir could see a lot of movement in the distant army, and dozens of vehicles were leaving and entering Nabat every hour. "We really pissed them off, Commander. Hahaha, it's been 15 hours, and only now they called back their search parties." Dab laughed but suddenly stopped breathing. 2 seconds passed, and then his blaster let out a loud noise as a blue laser left the barrel. Dajir lowered his macrobinoculars and saw, 6 kilometers away, a droid captain lose its head. "Good hit, let's go." They couldn't stay too long in the same position, since Staps were already zooming towards them. But long before they arrived, the 2 clones were gone, hiding in tunnels the Separatists didn't even know existed. In the Jedi Council, 24 Jedis, some present physically, others as holograms, watched as General Skywalker sat down. Under the pressure of Chancellor Palpatine, they had just granted the young Jedi a seat at the Jedi Council. It was highly irregular, but they had more pressing matters at hand, such as finding General Grievous. Hiding in the Outer Rim, Grievous is. The outlying systems you must sweep. We do not have many ships to spare. General Yoda had a deep frown on his face as he listened to General Kenobi. After a while, the hologram of General Ki-Adi-Mundi was the one to talk, bringing more bad news. "What about the droid attack on the Wookiees?" "It is critical, we send an attack group there immediately." "He is right, it's a system we cannot afford to lose." General Yoda nodded slowly and waved his hand. "Go, I will. Good relations with the Wookiees I have." Capitulo 349, The Ambush. For the next 3 days, Hell Squad repeated the same actions. They sneaked into the Separatist camp, killed droids, and blew up things. Of course, they couldn't do it with the same efficacy of the first time, since now the clankers were actively searching for them, but their objective never was to destroy the entire army like that. Finally, on the 4th day, Syndulla did as Ragu told him and attacked a convoy that was going to Nabat. Letting the droids escape, but without they noticing it, the freedom fighters chased them until the convoy reached the city. After that, they faked fear and ran, followed by a group of almost 4,000 droids, with tanks and whatnot. Clearly, the Separatist leader was confident that the despairing Twi'leks would lead them straight to their hideout in their fear. That could have really happened in other circumstances. Unfortunately for the tactical droid, Syndulla executed the plan masterfully, impressing even Dajir. He only lost 6 of his troops and managed to lure all the droids into a canyon where the other Republic combatants were waiting. No clanker escaped. "Get ready, here they come." The Twi'lek lookout that Gobi had positioned at the entrance of the canyon warned them as Syndulla, and his people zoomed by in speeders. The freedom fighters, plus Ragu and Hell Squad, were positioned at the top of the canyon. As soon as the hunted party reached the end of it, they abandoned the speeders and started climbing ropes that had been prepared beforehand. It was an elaborate trap, with the sole objective of killing every droid that pursued them. Soon enough, the clankers started pouring in the canyon, unknowingly walking into their own tomb. If they had time, they would notice something was wrong, but droids never were very smart, and they were too worried about finding the Twi'leks. When the last droid stepped inside, the ones in the front row were just starting to feel that something was wrong. The yellow-painted captain leading them tried to order a retreat, but the explosives set at the entrance of the canyon were already detonating, burying 300 or 400 seppas and trapping the others. Before the even more confused droids could react, countless lasers rained upon them, killing hundreds instantly. Hell Squad was purposely picking out the officers, but the freedom fighters had numbers. 2 lasers hit the rocks close to Dajir as the separatists started to fight back. 2 Twi'leks near him were hit, one falling backwards while holding his shoulder, while the other let out a short yell before dropping to his death. All around the canyon, more freedom fighters died, victims to the red lasers. Some fell to the ground below, hitting the walls on their way down. Well, it was expected that there would be many casualties. Even if they caught the droids by surprise, there were just about 1,600 Republic troops, while the droids were over twice their number. Ugh! Metal grunted when an AAT fired its laser cannon and hit the wall near him. 3 Twi'leks died immediately, while 2 others were wounded. The heavy machine gunner was holding his right forearm in pain. It had been hit by a rock launched by the explosion. Regu quickly pulled the clone back using the Force to avoid any more injuries. There wasn't much the Jedi could do, apart from helping the wounded and deflecting a few lasers. He took a quick look at Metal's arm and frowned. "It's broken. You stay out of this one, Metal." "No can do, General. Commander, give me one of your DC-17s. The tin cans are so crammed down there, I can hit them without even aiming." Dajir didn't even look back and threw one of his blasters to his brother. Regu only shrugged, not bothered by Metal disobeying him. 3-4 hit it. The medic nodded and grabbed one of the RPS-6s that they had prepared. Carefully aiming, he sent the rocket at one of the AATs, blowing it to Kingdom Come. Dajir felt danger all of a sudden, so he instinctively tilted his body to the right. A laser scratched the left side of his helmet, leaving a burning black stripe and his head buzzing. Falling on his back, he blinked hard, trying to clear his mind. Just to make sure, he took off his helmet and pressed his hand against his head, but there was no wound. "Are you okay, Dajir?" "Yeah, just a scared general." He sensed the Jedi looking at him worriedly, so he forced himself to get up, put his helmet back on, and continued firing. Trapped on the canyon, with nowhere to take cover, the Separatist force was like a bantha grabbed by a sarlacc. They struggled and caused some pain, but in the end, all they did was delay their inevitable death. After 5 hours of gruesome fight, the last droid was killed, and the canyon suddenly fell into silence. Each of the freedom fighters there had fought for Ryloth back then, but even so, they were tired. Mimicking Hell Squad, they sat down to rest. Only the medics were still running around, treating and rescuing the wounded. "Acton, get Syndulla and Gobi for me, please." The young Togruta gestured to one of the uninjured Twi'leks, who nodded and ran to fetch the 2 freedom fighters. Meanwhile, Regu helped 3-4 as the medic went around, first immobilizing Metal's arm and then treating the Twi'leks. Since the Jedi wasn't able to get close to the droids, he was the least tired of them all. "Tech, how long do you think before the Seppas in Nabet notice something is wrong?" "Pretty sure they already did, Commander. Even though we jammed comms, they must have had managed to relay something. But the tactical droid probably is scared now, since we took out 1/10 of his army in one go." "Tech's right, it's just a pity we can't repeat the trick." "You asked for us, Master Regu." 2 Twi'leks interrupted them while the clones were talking. The Togruta nodded and got up while the soldiers paid attention. "Yep, how were our casualties?" "Minimal. We are still counting, but there should be less than 300 dead and about that same amount in wounded." Those were really good news. They had just taken down an enemy twice their size while losing less than 1/10 of their fighting force. "That's good, okay. I know everyone is tired, Syndulla, but the sooner we go back the better. Please tell them that." "Of course." There wasn't the need to say much. The freedom fighters might not be exceptional combatants or strategists, but they weren't stupid either. Regu looked at the bustling and rustling and sighed. Dajir and his brothers stared at their general for a while, but said nothing. They knew very well what was going through his mind. 3 months passed by quickly. Ragu, Hell Squad, and the Freedom Fighters had their close calls, but they had succeeded in reducing the Separatist army to just a few thousand droids. Now they were all outside Nabet, looking at the city. They were joined by Gray and his legion, who had already conquered the rest of Ryloth. Like it happened once before, Nabet was now the last Seppi stronghold on the planet. The Togruta looked at all the familiar faces and helmets around him, and smiled slightly. Let's take back Ryloth, this time once and for all. Capitulo 350, taking over Nabet. Dajir had suggested that they ziplined through the abyss and climbed like they did last time, but as soon as he looked over the edge, he saw countless electromines, all activated. Anything that touched them would suffer a cruel death. Seems like the only way is through the bridge. That isn't gonna be easy. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Brain. They had to find a way to turn on the Ray Bridge, and when crossing it, they would have no cover and little area to run. They would be like sitting tartags. They also couldn't bomb the city, for obvious reasons. I might have an idea. Gray, Dajir, Hell Squad, Sindala, Gobi, and Iva all turned to Ragu. The Togruta had a faint smile on his lips that sent chills down Hell Squad's spine. Unaware of that, Sindala looked at him curiously. What is it? The Jedi turned to his unit, this time not hiding the wide grin on his face. Gray suddenly remembered some of the stories his brothers had told him about how over half of Hell Squad's crazy, suicidal plans came from Ragu's mind. How would you like to relive Navarro, Hell Squad? His proposal was received differently by each member of the unit. Dajir and Brain had sighed profoundly, knowing that the Jedi's mind was already set, and nothing they said could change it. Metal, on the other hand, was laughing loudly, while sending a provocative glance towards Cell. Even Dab, Tech, and 3-4 were looking at the scout, both excited and worried. Meanwhile, Cell had taken off his helmet and was shaking his head continuously. No, 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 no. Anything but that, General, anything. Hahaha, come on, Cell, we all know that deep down you love it. I definitely don't. Everybody else was looking at them weirdly. Their image of the stern and serious Hell Squad had completely crumbled. May we know what you're talking about, Master Ragu? They don't seem very receptive of it. Grinning, the Jedi looked to the blue sky. We are going to attack Nabet from above. 2 days later, Hell Squad was flying above Nabet in a lot, almost at the atmospheric limit of Ryloth. The doors of the gunship were open as they hovered in the air. Each of them had a jetpack on their backs, including Ragu. Ready. I hate heights so much. Can't I just be on the ground assault with Gray, General? Even though Cell was complaining, he didn't back out. He just looked at the ground kilometers below through the door and shook his head. His brothers looked at him and laughed. Ready and set to go, sir. Cell, you are first. Why me? No, don't do tha. The scout felt what was coming before it happened, and turned around just to see Dajir pushing him. Cursing, he pummeled down, quickly disappearing in the clouds. Of course, his commander had only done that because he knew Cell could easily regain control of his flight. Without saying anything else, the other 6 clones and the Togruta crossed their hands over their chest and jumped. As soon as he started falling, Dajir felt the air resistance and heard the wind. In fact, he could only hear the wind. It was smashing against his body, throwing him from one side to another. His comlink bipped, but whoever was trying to talk didn't manage to. Instead of worrying about that, Dajir paid attention to his altitude. When they passed by the layer of clouds, he saw a tiny black spot, growing bigger by the second. That was Nabet. All around it was an unending brownish-red expanse. He briefly saw his brothers and Ragu, but it was difficult to focus on one thing when he was falling at breaking neck speed. Still, he felt no fear or anxiety. He had done that many times before and a lot more. When he reached the right altitude, he turned on his jetpack. The sudden reduction of speed felt like a punch to his chest, and he let out a grunt. Still, now he was much slower and able to control where he was going. Checking, everyone okay? Yes, sir. Definitely not okay, but alive. Everything good here, Commander. Him. What about you, General? I'm fine, the show is yours, Dajir. Got it, all right, everyone knows the plan. Land directly on top of the bridge controls, break the windows, and go in. We don't have time to waste. Got it. Roger that. Understood. Without wasting any more time, the group directed their jetpacks down and flew towards the city. All it was needed was that one single droid looked up and saw them, and they would most definitely be killed immediately. But machine or not, people rarely looked up. They tended to think that danger only came from ground level. 7 minutes later, they all landed on top of the building that housed the bridge controls. They rested for a few seconds, just to take in the situation. Then Ragu warned Syndulla and Gray to be ready to start the attack. The Jedi looked at Hell Squad and nodded. The 7 clones activated their jetpacks again, while Ragu pulled out his lightsaber and started cutting a hole in the roof. Needless to say, all the Seppas inside immediately turned around to face the green tip that was appearing on the ceiling. Taking advantage of their certain distraction, Dajir and the others flew down until they were in front of the windows. Brain and Tech glued 2 thermal detonators to them, and Dajir flicked the switch. The explosion sent shards of glass flying everywhere, but they couldn't penetrate the Phase II armor, so Hell Squad just ignored it. The clankers, which had been thrown to the floor by the explosion, didn't even manage to get up before the soldiers executed them. Tech, the controls are yours. Got it. The mechanic just used a few seconds to power up the blue ray bridge. As soon as it appeared, the mixed army of clones and freedom fighters outside started marching through it. Many fell victim to the red lasers fired by the droids on the walls, but there was nothing Dajir could do about it. At the moment, he and his brothers had a more important task. General, you go help them. We will defend the controls. Are you sure? Of course. The tin can that is gonna kill us haven't been assembled yet. The Togruta laughed and left the room through the hole he had made in the ceiling. Soon, Dajir heard the screams of the clankers outside, and he could imagine they being torn apart by a green tornado. Smiling slightly, Dajir turned his attention to the Seppas that were charging through the door, trying to retake the controls. If they managed to do that, they could deactivate the bridge, dropping thousands of Republic troops to their deaths. Unfortunately for them, Hell Squad had defended that room once before, and they would do it again. If they wished to pass, the Seppas would have to step over their dead bodies. And anyone who knew Hell Squad knew that wasn't going to be easy. Capitulo 351, Arrival of New Orders. Dajir pressed the trigger of his DC-15A, but was surprised to hear a dry sound as no laser came out. Cursing, he realized he was out of ammunition, and there was a droid aiming an E5 directly at him. Without thinking too much, he threw his blaster at the clanker, hoping to divert its attention. He succeeded partly, and the laser that was supposed to hit his head put a hole on his right shoulder. For a split second, his thoughts traveled randomly as he thought about how the Seppas always managed to hit his shoulder or break it. Then, on the next moment, he was back at the battle and advancing towards the clanker. Grunting, he smashed his left shoulder on the B1's chest and reached out for his DC-17. Pressing it against the droid's torso, he pressed the trigger twice. Using his momentum, he launched the droid carcass on top of 2 others and pulled out his vibroblade. One quick slash managed to end them both. Panting, he retreated a few steps until he was once again back to back with his brothers. 3-4 threw a quick glance at his shoulder and then ignored it. They had more important matters at hand, and the pain didn't bother Dajir. It had been barely 15 minutes since they had activated the bridge, meaning they still had a long time to go before they could leave the control room and join their brothers at the fight inside the city. Because Nabat was currently a full-on battlefield, with the Republic paying a heavy price for every meter they conquered. They still had thousands of troops on the bridge and more behind it. While they were still there, Hell Squad would have to hold on. Here they, BZZZ, are kill them. Without giving the 7 clones a second to breathe, more clankers appeared at the doorway and were quickly taken care of. However, there were even more behind. It didn't matter. They would just be an addition to the already big pile of bodies that was accumulating at the door and stairs. No matter how many came, Hell Squad would kill them all. A flash of green light cut a B-2 Super Battle droid in half. At the same time, the 2 symmetrical pieces of droid flew towards its counterparts, pushed by an invisible hand. Without wasting a moment, Ragu ran forward, using the wall as a trampoline to propel himself. 3 quick swings later, all the clankers in front of him had been cleared. Groaning and panting, he pressed his hand over the left side of his body. A wrist rocket had thrown shards and pieces of the wall everywhere, and one of them had hit him. Even though the wound wasn't too deep, it was painful, and, unlike a laser, it left him weakened by the blood loss. Looking at the blood in his palm, the Togruta furrowed his eyebrows. That could be a problem. He ripped a piece of his robes and made a makeshift bandage, which soon was dyed red. However, he ignored it because he saw more droids incoming. Smiling savagely, he attacked. An explosion shook the Ray Bridge, and Gray saw 2 or 3 of his brothers being launched into the abyss below them. One more fell near him, his visor broken by a laser. The freedom fighters weren't faring much better. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do other than urge his troops forward and shoot at the clankers on the wall. Arg! Gobi heard Syndulla yell in pain as a laser hit his friend's arm. They had been amongst the first to charge, and were now fighting in the streets they knew so well. Are you okay? Yeah, don't worry about me, we have to keep going. The blue-skinned Twi'lek nodded and gestured to his people to keep going. Seeing the freedom fighters battling for them made the people of Nabat find the courage they had buried when the Separatists arrived. They came out of their houses, wielding knives and sticks, or anything that could serve as a weapon. For freedom, for Rylas. Dajir didn't know how much time had passed. All he knew was that he was exhausted. Up till now, he had been firing at the Seppies that dared to poke their heads through the doorway. But now, it had been a few minutes since the last of them showed up, and he couldn't stand anymore. The commander collapsed to the ground, panting. The rest of Hell Squad mimicked him and sat down, laying their backs on the control panels or the walls. Do you think we got them all, sir? Haha, cough, ha. Everyone laughed when they heard metal. There were literally dozens, if not hundreds, of dead clankers around them. It came to the point where the doorway was completely blocked by the piles of bodies. The bridge controls and the room itself were in shambles. Even though only Dajir got slightly injured, their bodies were all sore, and they were sweating profusely. I don't think metal is that wrong, to be honest. I don't hear fighting anymore. 3-4, always the most cool-headed of the unit, pointed that out. Dajir quickly noticed he was right, but he was too tired to go check who won. Well, he was pretty certain of the result already. Surely enough, after a few more minutes, a figure dropped from the hole in the ceiling. Ragu looked at his friends, laying on the ground, and smiled. Had some trouble? Nope, but you did, General. That cut isn't looking good. Hee, don't worry about it, it's nothing much. 3-4 can take a look at it later, for now. As he said that, the Togruta used the force to pull the droids that were blocking the stairs, and threw them through the broken window. We have a victory meeting to attend. Ryloth is ours. Half an hour later, with his shoulder properly bandaged, Dajir was standing in the biggest building of Nabat, looking at a hologram table. On it were projections of separatist movement around the planet, and all of them showed that the Seppies were falling back to their ships. Other than Dajir and Hell Squad, Gray, 2 of his captains, Syndulla, Gobi, and Ragu were all there too. The 2 freedom fighters could barely hide the excitement on their faces. After all, it was their home they had just freed. The price was great, but we pushed the separatist scum back. Ryloth is free. Yes, Gobi, it is, so let's try to keep it that way this time around. Gray, I want you to put pressure on the droids. No need to make risky moves, but just show them that if they don't leave, they are going to lose all their troops. The clone nodded and pulled out his comlink to talk to his men. Dajir also nodded to himself, thinking of Hell Squad's next step. Syndulla, Gobi, I want you to arrange a meeting between me and... The young Togruta kept talking while exposing his plans. Meanwhile, Dajir's hologram projector bipped, so he stepped back to answer it. The moment the image appeared, the commander froze. The hologram showed a hooded person with wrinkled skin. His voice was rough and low, like he hadn't spoken in years. Execute Order 66. Capitulo 352, Order 66. Execute Order 66. The voice was cold and calm. It incited fear in Dajir as he had never felt before, And there was one single reason for that. It was the same voice he heard in his dreams every night. Images of blood, destruction, and death drowned his mind. His hand shook, and he almost let the hologram projector fall. But suddenly, he calmed down. It all made sense now. The Jedis he had been fighting alongside for so long, the Republic so many of his brothers died to protect, they were all traitors. Every single one of them. Even. Dajir looked at the young Togruta that was talking to the two freedom fighters. Until a few seconds ago, he considered him his general. His friend, even, to think he was just another lying Jedi scum. "Will be done, my lord." He looked at his brothers. There was no need to tell them anything. Hell Squad, as well as Gray and the two captains, lifted their blasters and aimed at Ragu, who turned around with a shocked expression. "Dajir, Brain, what are you doing?" "For treason against the Republic, all Jedis shall be executed immediately." His voice was monotone, almost mechanic. Many emotions crossed Ragu's face in an instant. Shock, surprise, pain, sadness, betrayal, and compassion. "I see, so that's how it is." For some reason, seeing the betrayal on Ragu's face pained Dajir's heart. That was wrong. He was the traitor. The clones that should be feeling like that, not scum like the Jedi. Under the horrified glances of Syndulla and Gobi, Dajir let anger take over and pressed the trigger. In the distant planet of Utapau, the 212th Legion, as well as the 7th Sky Corps, were fighting the separatist occupation. General Kenobi had just killed General Grievous, putting an end to the abomination that had murdered so many clones. Morale was at its highest. Commander Cody watched as his general rode a Varictile through the narrow mountain roads and trails of the planet. Then, he picked up his hologram projector, which had been blinking for some time. He had a bad feeling. "Commander Cody, the time has come. Execute Order 66. "Yes, my lord." Without any emotion on his face, Commander Cody turned off the hologram projector and gestured towards General Kenobi. "Blast him." An ATT fired, the explosion throwing the Jedi and his mount in the abyss hundreds of meters below. Barriss Offee was dragged out of her prison cell by two clones and thrown on the ground. With her hands tied and surrounded by over 20 Coruscant Guard members, there was nothing she could do. "What are you doing?" No one answered her. Instead, they just formed two rows, one standing up, one kneeling in front of them. "Ready, aim, fire." In Mygeeto, General Ki-Adi-Mundi and the Galactic Marines advanced through a bridge, pushing back the droids meter by meter. "Come on." Seeing an opening, the old Jedi lifted his lightsaber and ran forward while ordering his troops to follow him. But they didn't. Instead, they formed a line and fired at him. Confused as to why the men who he had commanded for so long and fought with were turning against him, General Ki-Adi-Mundi couldn't muster a reaction. He managed to reflect one or two lasers back to those who fired it, but it was all too unexpected. The Marines only looked at his body for a moment, feeling nothing, and then proceeded to continue fighting the Seppas. Cal Kestis watched as his master tried to hold back the troopers that were hunting them. He didn't understand why they were attacking them. They were his friends, weren't they? His eyes widened in shock as two lasers hit his master's chest, and he fell inside the escape pod. The door closed, and they were launched off the cruiser. Trust only in the Force. Nuo. In the jungles of Felucia, General Secura, Commander Bly, and the 327th advanced through Republic territory, going back to the front lines after a resupply mission. The Jedi didn't notice when Commander Bly stopped to hear something on his comlink. Neither did she notice when he and his brothers aimed their blasters at her back and squeezed the trigger continuously. In the skies of Cato-Neimoidia, Jedi General Plo Koon flew with two of his pilots, chasing down Hyena-class bombers and Vulture droids. He was unaware that at the moment, Jag, one of the veterans of his legion, who had been with him since the first Battle of Geonosis, was receiving new orders. When the Republic starfighters attacked him, he tried to dodge and controlled his own ship to dive between the buildings. However, before he could escape, his engines were hit, soon followed by an explosion. After confirming the job was done, Jag and the other pilots turned around, returning to their cruiser. Commander Fox, Sergeant Hound, and Lieutenant Thayer looked at each other and nodded. Hesitating for a split second, they lifted their blasters under the confused glare of two Padawans. When the young human and Nikto noticed what was happening, it was too late. The civilians walking on the streets of Coruscant were horrified to suddenly see two kids, Jedi apprentices, on top of that being gunned down, but before anyone could say anything, several dozen members of the Coruscant Guard stepped forward and arrested them. "Where are we going next, sir?" "To the Senate. We are to take care of any troublemakers." "What about the Jedi Temple? There are hundreds of traitors there." "Someone else will take care of them." Caleb Doom and his master, Depab Balaba, managed to escape when their troops suddenly turned against them. However, she was mortally wounded and wouldn't be able to last for long. While deflecting some lasers, she looked at her terrified Padawan and smiled. "Go, I will hold them." "Master." "Don't worry, I will be right behind you." He ran, and ran, and ran, and ran, but after who knows how long when he turned back, he didn't see her anywhere. Instead, he saw two clones barring his path. Yelling, he cut them down, holding back his tears, and then he ran again. Ahsoka Tano and Captain Rex were slowly walking away from the remains of a Venator-class cruiser. She had managed to take off the chip that controlled Rex. As for the others, the helmets in the snow told a sad story. Fives was right. All this time, we were never supposed to fight for the Republic, but to destroy it. "Don't think about that now, Rex. We have to get somewhere safe and find survivors. That's the galaxy's only hope." In the forests of Kashyyyk, General Unduli was crouching while helping an injured clone. The soldier was groaning in pain while holding his chest. "SHH, calm down, Cross, you are between friends." "Og, what?" She suddenly felt all the deaths, and it was too much. Her head hurt as if someone was hammering it. So many dead and all at once. "Understood, my lord." General Unduli heard one of the troopers speak and saw a blaster aimed at her face. Behind it was one of her most trusted men. Slowly, she realized she was surrounded by the people was treating. "Sorry, General." It was night, but Coruscant was awake like never before. Dozens of thousands of clones walked the streets, killing any Jedi they saw. Thousands were arrested, and the word on the streets was that the Jedi Order had betrayed the Republic. The rumor was slowly gaining strength, as a hooded figure led part of the 501st Legion inside the Jedi Temple. Fighting broke out as the younglings, some almost Jedi Knights, others barely more than children, tried to defend against the clone army, but failed. No mercy was shown, no matter their age. General Shaak Ti, who had left Kamino to teach the younglings while General Yoda was on Kashyyyk, tried to send a warning to the Jedis around the galaxy. Before she could do so, a blue lightsaber destroyed the panel she was using. She managed to fight back for a few minutes before the weapon pierced her stomach. Looking up, shock filled her eyes as she saw who the person butchering the new generation of Jedis was. Why?" 36 Padawans were locked in a room, too scared to go see what was behind all the noises. They could feel, untrained as they were, many waves in the Force and many deaths. Suddenly, the door opened, scaring them. However, they soon calmed down when they saw who it was. "Master Skywalker, there are too many of them. What are we going to do?" The hooded figure didn't answer. His eyes burned with anger and hatred. With an ominous sound, his lightsaber was turned on. General Yoda let his stick fall and grabbed his chest. An intense wave of pain and sadness assaulted him. He could feel thousands of Jedis dying all at once. Even the Padawans. He almost fainted, overwhelmed by his emotions. He was older than anyone else and had seen the fall of the old Republic and the ascension of the new one. He had gone to every corner of the galaxy and faced everything it had to offer, but nothing like this. As the Separatist and Republic forces clashed on the beaches of Kashyyyk, he saw his troops turn against the unprepared Wookiees and kill them until not a single one was left. He felt the same killing intention behind him and didn't hesitate. Showing agility someone his age shouldn't have, he did a backflip and decapitated Commander Gree and another clone who were about to shoot him. The two Wookiees next to him roared, angered. Still feeling every death, the small Jedi followed the two Wookiees. The galaxy was changing. The Jedi Order was no more. Dajir pressed the trigger of his blaster 3 times, putting all his anger, pain, and hatred on it. All he could see was the betrayal in Ragu's eyes, someone he had sworn to protect. Without being able to make a sound, Gray and the 2 captains dropped to the ground, a hole on their chests. Dajir looked at his 3 brothers, breathing erratically. He had killed them. He had killed his brothers. Besides him, Hell Squad was frozen on the spot, their hands shaking while still aiming at Ragu. But just like their commander, they couldn't do it, no matter how intense the pain that assaulted their minds was. The room was completely silent. Neither the Twi'leks nor Ragu said anything. A muffled sound marked Dajir's blaster falling off his hand, followed by him dropping to his knees. He couldn't take his eyes off the small column of smoke rising from Gray's chest, and he screamed. Capítulo 353, The Final Battle. Dajir yelled until his throat got sore, and he couldn't make a sound anymore. His eyes were bloodshot, and he could still hear the voice urging him to kill. Unable to find any other way to vent his feelings, he punched the ground. Now he understood everything. He had always known he was nothing but a pawn, but he never expected it to be like that. While the inhibitor chip inside his brain yelled that the Jedis were the traitors, he knew very well that the ones who betrayed the Republic were the clones. He didn't know for how long he stared at Gray's corpse. At some moment, he had taken off his helmet and thrown it away. Behind him, Hell Squad seemed to have done the same. They were all on the floor, some crying, some silent. After a few seconds of staring at nothing, Dajir took a deep breath and got up. His fists were bleeding and his scar was burning, but he couldn't care less. His mind was a mess. Panting, he looked at Ragu. The Togruta had pity in his eyes, but said nothing. Dajir remembered that minutes ago, when he almost killed the general he had promised to protect. He had a calm look on his face, as if he had understood everything. Sindola and Gobi, on the other hand, were staring at him shocked. They had yet to understand what was happening. What can you feel, General? Indescribable sadness and sorrow filled the Jedi's eyes. He lowered his head and clenched his fists, trembling. The dark side took over. The Jedis are dead, thousands of us, was it the clone army Dajir? While helping his brothers get up, the commander nodded slowly. He was still having problems processing what had just happened, and the voice that kept screaming inside his head didn't help. Yes, I'm sorry, Ragu. It isn't your fault, Dajir. It was Chancellor Palpatine, wasn't it? I feel an immense growth of the dark side coming from him. Dajir nodded, at the same time frowning as another wave of hatred assaulted his mind, and he almost grabbed his blaster again. We can talk about that later, General. Now, we need you to do some things for us. We have a chip inside our brain, which is what is causing all this. I knew it existed, but I didn't know what it would do. If only we had listened. You want me to take it out? A medical droid? It's too dangerous if you are not experienced. But first we need to get off Ryloth. When they find out you are alive, my brothers will hunt you, and us. Sindola. The freedom fighter was paying close attention to everything they were saying. There was much he didn't understand, but he knew it was important. We need a ship, Sindola, to get out of here. After that, you and Gobi need to disappear, together with the other freedom fighters. You will be hunted and killed if you don't. Hunted by who? The Empire. That's what this entire war was about, but only now I understand it. It was all a preparation to destroy the Republic and create the Empire. The dangerous glare Dajir gave him was enough to shut up Sindola. He knew that if he asked any more questions, the commander would truly lose his mind. Brain tech metal, we have to go. Dab cell 34U2. What are we going to do, sir? I don't know. For now, let's get the general to safety and fix our heads. Surprisingly enough, they managed to get out of Ryloth easily. After all, no one would have expected Hell Squad to resist Order 66. Dajir still had the codes for the clone army channels on his comlink, so he was able to quickly gather news and pass them all to Ragu before laying down on a bed. He was the last one who had to have his inhibitor chip removed. Brain, Metal, Dab, 34, Tech, and Cell were sedated near him, with a bandage wrapped around their heads after a successful operation. For now, Dajir had pushed back all his thoughts and focused on getting out of Ryloth. He would worry about the future later. When he woke up, the first thing Dajir realized was that he hadn't dreamed. Not a single nightmare. Obviously, the chip was what caused the dreams, and he lamented not knowing of it earlier. Looking around, he saw he wasn't on the same ship they had left Ryloth. That meant they must have met with some of the Jedi survivors that Ragu managed to contact. They were Ahsoka, General Kenobi, and General Yoda. Dajir also knew 2 or 3 Padawans had survived, but he didn't know where they were. "Sir." He turned to see his unit looking at him. All of them had despairing expressions on their faces. Now, their own brothers were hunting them, and they became traitors. There wasn't anything they could say or do that could change that. They had had the same chip on their brain as other clones, so they understood perfectly what they thought. "It's useless to say anything now, Cell. What happened happened. Now we can only follow through with it." "But what are we going to do now?" "You know the answer, unless any of you have a different idea." They all shook their heads. From the moment Dajir killed Gray, they knew exactly where they were going to end. "Then let's talk to the general. He needs to understand." Hell Squad walked into the command bridge of the small shuttle with their helmets under their arms and a determined look on their faces. They had already steeled their resolve. Around the hologram table were Ragu, General Kenobi, Ahsoka Tano, and Captain Rex. They were looking at the hologram of General Yoda, who was somewhere in the galaxy. Captain Rex was the first to see them. He and Dajir exchanged glances and nodded at each other. Just by looking at his brother, the commander knew he had also taken out the inhibitor chip. "Generals, Commander Tano." "Generals, we are not Dajir. Now, criminals is all there is to us." "Yes, unfortunately, Master Yoda is right. I trust you are all familiar with what happened." Several heads nodded. Ahsoka was especially quiet, sometimes throwing a glance at General Kenobi. Something he had said had unsettled her, probably. "There is something else I need to tell you, however. These are Luke and Leia, Anakin's children. I believe they might be the key to ending the reign of terror Palpatine will ensure." Only now Dajir and the others noticed the 2 human babies next to General Kenobi. On another occasion, they might be shocked that a Jedi had children, but now they couldn't care less. "Generals, we have to make this quick, otherwise they will find us. We have a few hours at most. You need to split up." Dajir stepped forward, interrupting the conversation. Discipline and hierarchy didn't matter now. "Hide we have to, and wait for the right moment to strike, we will. The children under your care will be Obi-Wan." "Yes, Master." For a long time, no one said anything. Then, Dajir broke the silence. "It's time you go. Rex, you take care of Ahsoka, okay?" The previous 500 First Leader nodded, already understanding what Dajir was going to do. As for Ahsoka, she bowed slightly to him. Slowly, she and the clone left the room. "General Kenobi, General Yoda, you should get going too. We need to talk to Ragu." They acknowledged his words. Now it didn't matter who was a Jedi and who was a clone, and said farewells to Ragu. The Togruta, who knew Hell Squad too well, was already staring at them, resignation on his face. After General Kenobi left with the babies, and General Yoda's projection disappeared, a long silence ensued. It was only broken by Ragu after a few minutes. "You want to stay behind, don't you, to protect me? Again, you could come with me. There will be a lot to do, a lot to fight for." Dajir shook his head with a sad smile. He looked at his shoulder pad, marked with a line for enemies he killed, and took it off. "We are tired of fighting, Ragu. For 4 years, we never questioned orders. Look at where it got us. You know we can't run from this last fight, but it will be the last battle for us." "I'm staying too, then." The 7 clones smiled, seeing tears in Ragu's eyes. Now, he wasn't a Jedi or a general. He was just the same kid they had gotten to know and respect. Still, Dajir denied his wish. "No, you aren't. Remember when General Dai and that lizard said that they could feel the force around us, Ragu? That we wouldn't use, but influence it? I never understood that, but now I do." His eyes were clouded with memories. There was so much he wanted to say, but he never was good with words. "We were never the ones who would change anything. Force or not, our objective never changed, to protect you. That promise we made in Ryloth to General Dai still stands. The galaxy needs you, kid. The Jedi are gone, that's true, but not all of them. If one day the Empire is to fall, it will be because you were there to guide the ones who fight against it. The young Togruta wasn't holding back his tears. He didn't want to admit it, but Dajir was probably right. A Jedi was needed to defeat the Sith, and someone needed to train those Jedis. I understand. We wouldn't be able to live, General, knowing we killed our own brothers. We wouldn't want to, you know that. Now go, we will hold them for as long as we can. The Jedi stared at them for a long time. There was determination, pain, and sadness in their eyes. Do you regret it, the war, the deaths, everything? For 4 years, all we did was follow orders blindly, General. Maybe if we had thought more instead of just doing as we were told, things would have been different. We regret a lot of things we've done, but not this. Ragu nodded and wiped his tears. Looking at each of the members of Hell Squad, he shook their hands and entered an escape pod after destroying its tracker. May the Force be with you, Hell Squad. And may it be with you, General. A few hours later, the shuttle shook as it was captured by a tractor beam and pulled inside a Republic cruiser. By the colors, Dajir recognized the 212th. Standing up, he looked at his brothers, Brain, Dab, Tech, Metal, 3-4, and Cell. They had been with him for as long as he remembered, and they had gone through a lot together. They just never imagined that their last battle would be against their own family. Ready? Yeah. Let's do this. For the 303rd, and for Ragu. The commander nodded to them and put on his helmet just as the door was breached, and clone troopers ran in. For Ragu. Commander Cody stepped over the dead bodies of some of his best troopers to arrive in front of Dajir. He didn't know how many of his men Hell Squad had killed, and he didn't want to. One was already too many. On his way, he found the fallen members of Hell Squad one by one, each of them surrounded by bodies. Metal, Tech, Dab, 3-4, Cell, and then Brain. Dajir's second-in-command was just a few meters away from him. The commander was still standing, under the aim of 3 dozen troopers. He was wounded in several spots, but still holding his blaster. Commander Cody walked until he was just 2 meters away from Dajir. His brother could kill him easily if he wanted, but he knew Dajir had had enough. They are not here, are they? No, they left hours ago. He stared at Dajir's visor and saw his reflection on it. Suppressing a sigh, he looked at his brother. What now? Do you want to keep fighting? Dajir said nothing. Instead, he dropped his DC-15A and then his pistol. Then, he unsheathed his vibroblade and stared at it for a long time before putting it on the ground gently. Lastly, he took off his helmet and looked at it. A single horn, painted a long time ago and scarred by 1,000 battles, his most treasured possession. Sighing, he put it back on. Was it worth it, Dajir, killing so many of our brothers to protect a traitor? Worth it? I don't know. I did what I had to do to protect my general, Cody. You did the same, otherwise Kenobi wouldn't be alive. The 212th leader clenched his fists before shaking his head as if to deny it. He followed through with Order 66, but he couldn't help but feel slightly relieved that General Kenobi was still alive. It's fitting, you know, that the one who puts an end to Hell Squad is you. We've been through it since the start. You know things are not as simple as you want them to be. I do, but good soldiers follow orders, Dajir, you know that, but I never wish to fight Hell Squad. I know, but there is nothing we can do. Our fight is over. Yours is just beginning, Cody. Having said that, Dajir gestured to the blaster in Commander Cody's hands. It's time, do it. He lifted the weapon and aimed at Dajir. A single shot reverberated throughout the ship, signaling the end of the battle. Still, no one felt happy with the result. Many years later, in one of the stone peaks of Ryloth, an old Togruta sat down, legs crossed, and looked at the ball of flames in the sky. It was a sign that the Emperor was dead and his reign of terror was over. The Empire was gone. Ragu's eyes were calm as he heard the people of Ryloth celebrating. He knew better than anyone the price that the galaxy had to pay. Can you see it? Palpatine is gone. The galaxy will flourish once again. The hope that was born so many years ago will once again fill the heart of the innocents. He looked at the air in front of him and smiled. To anyone who looked, he was talking to himself. Should I tell them that the freedom they now feel is all thanks to 7 soldiers? No, haha, you are right, they wouldn't want it. Grinning, Ragu got up. He had lived until now and taught everything he knew to the one who destroyed the empire. Now, it was time he rested. His body slowly started to become translucent, but he wasn't bothered by it. In front of him, 3 blue figures appeared. A small Jedi, holding a walking stick, an old Nikto, with a small smile, and a human with a scar over his right eye. So you are here too. It's good to see you again, old friend. When Ragu disappeared, his robes fell to the floor. Besides, it was an old, battered, and broken helmet. It had 2 brownish-red horns painted on it, and a crack almost split it into 2. But at this moment, the helmet seemed to shine. Its journey had ended. May the Force be with you. Author's final thoughts. There is so much I have to say, but first and foremost, thank you. Thank you to all the 3.119 readers that believed in me and followed me through this journey. I started writing Broke, a Clone Wars tale day 13 of May, 2018, and wrote the final chapter today, 25 of November of 2020. This is also the day I wrote this note, so if there is anything outdated, that's the reason. Now comes the part where I write a note almost as big as the chapter, so bear with me, please. First of all, I have to say how much this novel influenced my life. It started as an idea, a wish to try something new. Now it has grown to the point where I can say with absolute certainty that this is the biggest, and probably the best, Star Wars fanfic in web novel. I say that not only as a brag, but also as a reason of pride to us all, because I couldn't have done it without you. To that, I have to thank some special readers. If I had space, I would write the names of everyone, but unfortunately, I can't. So, here are those who influenced me the most, be it by giving words of encouragement, ideas, or helping me through some difficult moments of my life. Democrates, Immortal Demon, PBTV, Pingu, Second Mad Lord, Spartans, Daylord Silvermoon, Crunch, Potato King 4, Fema 2241, A1451, Pied Piper, Azunion, Radhorn 1999, and Nanomi. Those are just some of the people, and I wish I could write everyone's name here. But since I can't, what I am saying to them is valid to everyone else. Without you, I would have given up after 2 or 3 chapters, like I did with my first novels. I would never have had the motivation to really take forward a project like this. So, thank you. It's not the biggest of novels and certainly not the best when you consider the genre as a whole. There are many, many mistakes I made and things I could have written better. But it's our novel. We embarked on this journey so long ago, all because you believed in me, and without that trust, none of that would have happened. So, yeah, Broke belongs to all of you just as much as it belongs to me. Now, let's talk about myself. I don't even need to say how much the quality got better, right? I'm not just talking about the novel, but my life as a whole. For many people, including me, 2020 was a rough year. I lost a friend to COVID, several others were hospitalized, they are all better now, and I had trouble with a lot of things in general. Broke became a way for me to forget about all those troubles and do something I really like, which is writing. It would have been a lot worse if I didn't have it. Just so I don't get too emotional and start crying, too late, I will talk about something that's very exciting for me, which is my new project. IFers, Slaves of the Gods, will be available here on Webnovel and at Royal Road. If any of you feel like putting it on your list and giving it a try, I appreciate the hype. I'm really excited for the new project for 2 reasons. Firstly, because I won't get too sad about not writing Broke anymore, and secondly, because it will be my first real attempt at writing as a job. For almost 3 years, Broke was a constant part of my life. We had our mishaps, that's for sure, but the happy memories are many more. This novel will always hold a special place in my heart, and even if I'm not working on it anymore, I will always be checking it to read and answer comments, correct mistakes that people find, and such. I guess I will stop here for now, before I start repeating myself again. Once more, thank you to everyone who made it to the end, and I will see you soon in another universe in another novel, but always with the same passion for doing my best, for me and for you. Stay safe, and may the Force be with you. Ifin.